Oh, fuck you now. What a palaver. So I explained to Lana that normally I'm like, oh, it's been a bit of a rush, and at one point I even had to sit down with one of these up-blowing fans around my neck like that to cool me the fuck down because my feet hadn't touched the ground. And I know that I sound dramatic, but on this particular occasion, I was ready. I just went in there to get a drink and that, and the laptop had gone to sleep. So I thought I'd just click enter, wake it up again, And at that moment, it decided to do an upload, an upgrade, whatever, At exactly 3 minutes to 9. Then I finally got it going, and it crashed. It crashed on me. You see, I think if you've got an update, if there's a potential update for your laptop, your tablet, your phone, or whatever, you should have the option to take it or not, because that belongs to you. There are lots of people out there that will say, well, if you keep your laptop updated, I think you'll find everything works better because they're working on glitches and they're working on. No, they're not. No, they're not. I don't think there's a single non-nefarious update on any of these devices anymore. It's just adding more shit in there, Anyway, we're here now. That's what matters, right? And on top of that, by the way, I've been doing more and more research into beetroot, right? Please go down the beetroot rabbit hole. It is fucking unbelievable, right? Don't worry, we're going to get into some juicier stuff in a minute. I'm just saying, beetroot. And if anyone wants any proper, decent quality heirloom beetroot seeds, email me and I'll send you some. I'll send you some for free. And they're 3rd gen as well, So none of this manipulated shit. These are proper heirloom that I've grown in my garden and just produced so many fucking seeds. It's ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, so go back onto beetroot and what I've learned about it. If you're going to grow a vegetable other than potatoes for obvious sustenance and the starch that turns into sugar that turns into calories, right? Other than that, grow beetroot and garlic. That's it. So the point where I'm going with this, right, is that I thought, right, I want a really, really healthy mixer for my vodka, right? So the irrational, fucked up, brain damaged section of my brain at some point thought that vodka, tonic, and beetroot juice would work. And just to save you from any of you guys further down the road, right? Just to save you from even considering this, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm going to neck this one because I don't like waste. But I'm telling you now, if I was forced into one or the other, one being beetroot juice, vodka and tonic, and the other siphoning sewage water through a tramp's sock, I'll go for that one. Anyway, we're in. You know, that's all that matters. We're in. We're live, and that's all that matters. So yeah, Lana, thank you. Michael, thank you. You know, for just fucking hanging in there. I'm sorry if I've missed any comments. I try not to miss any. I need to explain that to you, and even just to sitting down with a nice drink and just waiting to go live bit, even that's been horrific. My taste buds feel like they've been mugged by 50 Somalis, you know, all of them with the shits, diarrhea. But the only reason I've literally not on a live thrown up all over the camera and the screen is because I'm managing to tell myself that it's actually really good for me. That's keeping it down. The only thing that's keeping it down. Anyway, I wonder if I can juice beetroot in my juicer. Lana, absolutely. But what I would do is I would shave it down into sticks that are about, just cut it down into like French fries sticks, so that the blades can work their way through it a lot easier, especially if it's raw. And again, you know, apart from shop bought stuff, I only eat raw. I only eat raw beetroot unless it's from a shop. I don't cook my own. It's the same as any other vegetable. This is why, you know, a proper Sunday roast dinner, your broccoli will be like, is this cooked or raw? I can't quite make my mind up. And your carrot's the same, you know, al dente. That way, it's soft enough to chew, and so you're not. I mean, have you ever heard anyone sat there eating a raw carrot with misophonia? It's one of the most fucking horrific events of my life. But it's better for you, you know, as long as you give it a good clean first, right? And I know it's soaking up the shit that's coming from the skies, but we're trying to do the best we can at the moment, right? But yeah, any beetroot that I grow, I eat it raw. That was a nice big round the fucking houses answer for you, Lana. Mood lighting, like it. Yeah. And the George flag. So as a sovereign man and as a sovereign woman, right, of England or Scotland, Ireland, Wales, right, you are all sovereign. So you are all kings, you're all queens, you know, in your own right. So I am sat in my throne as an Englishman. No ego, just a knowing. Where are we? Hello, quiet man. Don't be too quiet. Get involved, my friend. I'm doing sound, mate. I had a few glitches on trying to get the live stream started, but fuck me. We got there in the end. That's all that matters. It's just irritating. Hello, Jordan. How you doing, Mio Chano? You're all right, man. Start knocking some videos out. You've got an eye for it. You know that little stretch of river where you were out and about doing whatever you were doing. It was so therapeutic to watch. It's lovely. You've got, you can edit, and you've got an eye for beauty. You know, people would love your channel just for that. And hello, Ray, as well. Good to see you. I have to soften my veg. Lost most of my teeth. Yeah. I think obviously, you're not going to. If you're trying to convince someone that's got no teeth to eat raw veg, right? They're just basically going to look at you and go, "What the fuck do you think I'm prepared to fucking do with that? I've got no fucking teeth, little cunt. I'm all gummy. I'm gummy. I can't eat a fucking apple or a beetroot or a fucking carrot. Look at the fucking teeth to me." Like that, But yeah, semi al dente, just steam, just steaming it. You're still holding, you're still locking on to a lot of the goodness than you would boil it. We need to get as much nutrition in us as we possibly can. I'm telling you. And do you know what? I bought some of these when I first started prepping. I was going mad, right? Rice and beans, rice and beans, rice and beans. Then I started adding on top of stuff like that, get a bit more extravagant and thinking it through, right? But in some of my earlier tubs, I've got, well, don't worry, again, we don't know where this is going to go. I just need to get this information out there first from a prepping standpoint, right? So in the early days, about sort of 2001, maybe halfway through 2002, I bought a lot of mung beans, right? Now, I've got no idea what tubs they're in, and I don't want to open up because I know they're shelf stable. I know they're good for easy 10 years, right? So I don't want to break the seal on them, right? But mung beans, you see, the goodness in bean sprouts, really good quality bean sprouts, they're really, really good for you, really good for you. And they start out as mung beans, and I finally managed to source some. So now what I'll be doing is something very similar to Michael. I just need to get a very basic setup. Although I do think I might be able to pull that off myself with my grow tent and just grow a shitload of bean sprouts, in quality water, in quality soil. So yeah, I'm my first ever attempt, believe it or not, at microgreens, which Michael is already nailing, will be with those mung beans that I've just shown you there. Over the next few days, I'll be making my own bean sprouts. And you look at a can of bean sprouts that have already been grown and are settling in a can that's lined with plastic. It's been in there for God knows how long already. The mung beans themselves have just been grown in shit water and shit soil. You can take control over all of that by growing your own stuff, Yeah, all's good, Jordan. I'm a bit behind here, mate. Sorry, mate. Quite man. Got a few beets to pull this weekend. Usually cook them, but we'll try raw now. There's not that much of a difference. Beetroot, a proper, fully ripened beetroot. When you eat when you eat raw beetroot and then someone gives you a slice of beetroot that's out of a can, you can tell the difference in texture, obviously, because one's been softened through heat. But raw beetroot's held on to all of those minerals, all of those vitamins. Again, please start looking into beetroot and its health benefits. Fucking hell, it will blow your mind. I mean, they say eat a rainbow, don't they? You know, so carrots, beetroot, Savoy, cabbage, you know, lots of different colours. Try and eat the rainbow, but that's not always possible. And rainbows these days, I don't fucking like them anymore. But yeah, raw. I've got some in my fridge, you know, raw. Unless you've got no fucking poop, then it needs to be cooked up. Steamed veg. Yeah, exactly, Lana. Steamed. Yeah. Homegrown beetroot pickled. I'm telling you, honestly, Michael, I'll send you some seeds, brother. I'll send you some seeds ready for next year, and they're good seeds from very, very good plants. Seed saving, honestly, guys. If you are growing anything, if you've got a garden and you are growing some food in that garden, buy a few reputable, recommended seed saving books and keep saving the seeds. So you'll never ever need to buy them again, ever. That's it. You're good. You're set. For every planting season after that, you're just sorted. Blackberry juice too. I do like blackberry juice. What I could do, Ray, is I could pretend that that's what this is. So it would prevent me even more from going, because it really is gross, and it doesn't smell too good either, you know. I got twin layer trays from Temu, about A4 paper size, great solid tray at the base and white mesh tray on top. Great price. Everything I did. I think I mentioned it might have been the prep food haul video. And I've got to admit, I've probably bought about 25 things off Temu now, all of them useful. And out of that 25 things, 2 things were just fucking crap, you know. But there's loads of stuff on there that I would recommend at a fraction of the cost of anywhere else. Put a few jars and get a few onions in whilst I'm on it. Yeah, I've got loads of pickled onions in my fridge. I did when I did that food haul from Lidl. I went in there and I went in there for ghee, and normally they've got big, decent, good quality size jars of beetroot, right? They haven't got them anymore because I've been eating the beetroot out of them. I can't grow enough beetroot to sustain me for a whole fucking year. You know, I live in a town. This channel was originally called City Prepping UK because it's about trying to find ways of getting by in a city, you know. I forgot what I was going to say then. Cool, man. GM, yes. So you know that none of these are going to be GM. You know, if I send you some seeds, none of them are GM because they've grown back every year and just growing back stronger and stronger. So they're specifically designed for our climate as well. We try and grow as much garlic and as much beetroot as you can, as you possibly can. Beetroots must be rinsed with water daily to prevent bacteria. Right, nice one, Outrider. Hey, Michael, I knew I could rely on you because you've now got experience in growing stuff. What's it called again? Fuck me, my head. It's gonna be one of those nights because I've had a shit start. You know, microgreens. Michael's got a bit of experience in that now, and I've seen photos of the stuff that he's growing, and it's just, yeah, he's absolutely nailing it. So cheers for that bit of advice, brother, because I know it's coming from someone that's literally experiencing doing that now, you know. And if anyone can afford to just shell out for a microgreen setup, it's got the lighting in there, it's got the pump in there. You just need to add certain things to it now and then for nutrients, and you know, there's lots and lots of ways that we can carry on growing through the winter. You know, loads of solutions. But yeah, cheers for that, Michael. If you can return your trays, quite often they will let you keep the item, but you have to, but give you a refund. Jordan, was you the one that posted showed you refund from Temu? I think it was Temu, because of the fucking about of sending it all the way back to China. So if you're not happy about it, they'll either credit your account or they'll refund you, you know. So even if you turn around and said, right, I've just had this entire order, right? I've got 17 things here and they're all shit. I wonder if that would work. But I think that was you, mate, and you made it work. You know, it's a lot of free stuff. It was a while ago. I got them and bought 10 or 12. Yeah, but the great things is, especially if they're really decent, half decent, durable ones, because you can tell by the plastic, the thickness of the plastic, especially the where you're planting your plugs. You know, if that paper, if that plastic, chances are at some point it's so thin and weak that it's leaching into your soil, which is leaching into whatever it is you're trying to grow plugs into. You know. So yeah, if you're going to buy stuff like that, buy quality, and try and avoid black plastic. Please do a bit of research into that. Try running the water runs off. Only paid about £8.50. We live and learn. You know, I've made some dreadful purchases. You know. Especially pissed back in the day, maybe 2.5 years ago, just getting fucking hammered on vodka, and then going on Wish, going on Amazon, going on eBay, and just buying loads of shit. Having said that, that's quite common for people that are newly widowed, or you know, if they're a widow or a widower, yeah, it's quite normal for people to start doing stuff like that, because every time something arrives, you get this little dopamine kick. You know, you get a knock on the door from the post office, you're expecting loads and loads of shit, and that's exactly what is brought to you. A lot of it you don't need, you know. But every single thing that I've opened and pulled out gave me a dopamine kick. So I ended up with a lot of shit. But that again, it's a coping mechanism. Anything to get that dopamine, you know, especially after something like that. But now I've got a lot more self-control. Most of the things that I bought from Temu have been bang on, you know. Hey, Boho, Richie's in the house. How you doing? Hey, you all right? I'm not a bit confused because if must be water from the bottom, but still rinse early too. Then yeah, I'll be giving them proper spray with pure water, and then that pure water that's been purified will just then run off the sprouts and then into the soil, and any bacteria that's been washed off the bean sprouts themselves will go into the soil and create nutrients for the soil. So it's a win-win-win. Makes sense to me. Yeah, that was mine. I had about 300 quid's worth free. You see, you know, it depends on how you look at life and how you look at things, right? So I do think that the Chinese have cheated us out of quite a lot, you know, in a lot of countries. Now, I know that they use slave labor to make a lot of these things, which is the sad part. But I would feel the thought of the fact that I'm not giving my money to China would make me feel a bit better. And the fact that I've got loads of prep gear now that's saved me a fortune. Yeah, I feel sorry for the people in the sweatshops that are knocking this stuff out for whatever, just enough to live. So there is that. But getting 300 quid's worth of refunds because their business model, Temu's business model, is fucking incredible. You know, really, really incredible. Avoid getting the app version on your phone because it's like, we want to give you this. It's worth $9.99, but we want to give it you for nothing, you know? And that's one of your notifications that comes off on your phone. And then it's like 70 or 80 pound for you to be credited into your account. You know, it's shit like that. But all of the things and the hoops you've got to jump through and all the bullshit, and there's just so much bullshit. Yeah, but just if you get Temu for the first time, just work on your self-control and your self-discipline, because you could get very, very carried away on there. You really could, especially as preppers. They've even got a Temu version of a Sawyer Mini water filter, right? For 13 pence. That is not 13 pence, but fucking hell. Would you risk your life from buying something that looks like a Sawyer Mini, but at a fraction of the cost? You know? Anyway, hope everyone is well. I'm in bed with a back muscle spasm, floating on meds. So if I go quiet, I'm asleep. I thought you were going to just leave it at I'm then, Richie, because that would have been funny. You know, do you get what I mean? Because everyone would have thought, oh, that good, eh? Yeah. So can you send me some in the post? I won't mind being a bit monged out on a few prescription opioids. No, I don't mean that, guys. Got to be responsible. Don't touch drugs. But I hope you're feeling very nicely chilled. Use All Express before for a bit of camping gear, but not try Temu yet. Again, I think when it comes to It depends on right. So if you're after like let me just put the noise cancelling on because oh no, that's made it worse. It was already on. Another schoolboy error there, you know. It just goes that she's not stopping. It was almost like she looked over her shoulder and gone, are you falling apart on a live stream? And I'm looking at her thinking, yeah, I am. Yeah. Now it's come up with more than one ingestion in using the primary URL. Send one stream to the primary ingestion URL and one stream to fucking hell, Lana, you're hearing all this shit. Lana, can you just let me know if you can hear and see me because I don't know if I've been cut off or not. I don't know what I've not seen this message before. Right, I'll carry on reading just in case you can still hear me. Can see you. Right, okay. I don't know what this this sign is. It's not even worth fucking about with my phone so I can reverse the camera and then show you what it says. But it's right across the screen. I don't know what it means. Hey, Bouchy, you thinking of getting a little bit teamery? You just basically just turn around and say this is shit, or it doesn't work, or it got damaged in the post. I've ended up with something shit, or just be creative. And then they'll either offer you a part refund. This I feel like it's quite bad that I'm saying this. Because it's inciting fraud. Does that matter as much as China? Because I doubt they're paying very much tax from what they sell in this country, very much tax into this country, you know. So hey, fuck them. I had a £45 Temu credit last week. Got 10 tray flat. That's what I'm saying, you know. I'm amazed that everyone's not doing this. Then one of the damages. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If they ask you to send photographic evidence in, again, be just make sure I'm on top of everything. It's buffering, but all good. Right, thank you, mate. Thank you. Sprouting beans. You were sprouting beans, Michael. Is that a metaphor? Is that a sexual metaphor? Oh, I was sprouting beans. You know, what's his name? He's from Middlesbrough, Angry Bootneck, and he goes on about rage boners, right? And I get that because I don't think there's a single bloke in this, or maybe even woman in this live stream that doesn't, you know, get fucking raged up at shit on a daily basis. The more you find out and the more you learn about what's going on. But the Angry Bootneck, he says he calls it a rage boner, right? I've had live streams where I've had a rage boner. You've seen them, you know, where it's not been all happy and fluffy. A rage boner so fucking bad, right, that this side of the table slants down towards the front door. Terry's a tripod. Oh dear. I think you're right there, Michael. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to be chewing your ear off advice when I finally get around to start doing it with these mung beans, you know, because they're so good for you. Microgreens are so good for you. It is not affecting the stream, so I wouldn't worry about. Thank you, Lana. All my returns are bought by mistake. Really? Oh, mate, but particularly you're now putting me in a position where I might just end up buying loads of fucking shit that I just do not need, knowing that I can keep it for free, you know? But then if it's anything prepping or survivalist or anything like that, you know, down to solar motion sensing systems on your house and anything prepping related, it's not that's not money squandered to me, to you. Massive for spotting. Yeah. Yeah, give it a go, Boho Richie. I bet you've got a separate device next to you now, just downloaded the app, thinking I'm having some of this fucking shit. Sounds amazing. Who doesn't like anything for free? Nobody in their right mind doesn't love something for free. It's just unfortunately that 99% of the time it comes with a catch. I wouldn't take the piss. They'll end up putting the pieces. Yeah, that's why we need to get in that. We need to get in now before everyone starts doing it. Hello. Oh, give me hope, Joanna. Don't worry, I'm not going to do the rest, but I will do that a little bit. Hope, Joanna, how you doing, sweetheart? Good to see you. Only get what you need or what you want in case you can't return it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just get stuff in and try and find space for things that you know beyond any shadow of a doubt are going to become useful to you or someone else at some point further down the line, and it will be impossible to get hold of this shit. Or will it? You know, we just don't know. That's why we're called preppers, because we prepare. And we don't always know 100% of what we're preparing for. So we just try and cover as many angles as we possibly physically, humanly, and financially can, you know? I've never been so eager to finish a drink in my life. So if you just excuse me for a second whilst I go and get a top up of something that I can just enjoy whilst I'm doing a live stream, I'll save that for breakfast. Beetroot, vodka, tonic, don't do it. It's like chips and custard. It's wrong. I've also purchased a couple of other interesting items that you might like, and I bought one and then I was looking for something else, something completely different, and then bought this other thing, not realising until today that they were both from the same seller. Now, because I've already had dialogue, I won't go into why, but because I've already had dialogue with the seller, I think, and it was positive dialogue. I think that there's a chance I might be able to get you money knocked off, you know. So one of them is this organic coconut flour. Look into it. Please look into it. And I bought 2.5 kilos of this shit. So I've had to send off for a shed load of fat packs so I can portion it out, you know. 10 by 15s are perfect for portioning food. 10 by 15s. Where are we? Excuse me. Oh, that's loads nicer. If you don't sing to me, Terry, well, let's call the whole thing off. I'll always do at least that bit for you, Joanna, because I love the lyrics and I love the name. You know, it's a lovely name, Joanna. It's very, very British. You know, we're living in a fucking batshit bonkers clown world right now. So to have literal lyrics that have been written saying, "Give me hope, Joanna," you know, because we all like a bit of hope, but not hopium. Stay away from hopium, because hopium is synthetic hope. Real hope usually comes from inspiration and knowing you're not alone. And a year wiser. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it was Lana's birthday yesterday. Still in the 40s. Still in the 40s. You know, you're a young'un. That's what you are, Lana. You're a young'un. You're still in your 40s. You know, you're not. You sort of look at it this way: if you look after your health and exercise regularly, and try and meditate from time to time, right? You could literally be smack bang in the middle of being a newborn, vulnerable being straight out of the womb to being in a coffin. Smack bang in the middle. So you imagine all of the life experience that you've had over the last 49 years. You know, you imagine all of that added up, and then having another length of the same time doing different things, doing greater things, you know. Where are we? If you don't, yeah, sorry, I forgot where I was. I had 400 plus 9 centimeter plant pots, drip irrigation sets, pan scrubbers. Did you get someone off the boats to do that? I wash your boat. I wash your pots for you. I wash them. I wash them for you. No problem. No problem. You pay me £5 a day. I get all of my other stuff for free. You know, my home, my food, my phone, my clothes, my accommodation. Get you all for free anyway, mate. You know, so let me just get context of where I was going with that. Oh my God, it's gone. Well, yeah, I think learning to up our game to try and grow food, as much healthy food as we can all year round, is absolutely necessary right now, right? And part of that can be by building up your foraging skills. You know, I know 100% more now than I did 6 months ago. And 6 months ago, I knew 100% more than I did the 6 months before that. You know, and there's still edible stuff out there in the middle of winter. You know, it's just a bit more sparse. But yeah, trying to grow as much food as you possibly can on your own property. You've nurtured it. So the love that you put into the stuff that you grow to eat, you can taste that love back. You know, you really can. Massive difference. Yeah, you know, try and grow as much as you possibly. In fact, that leads me on to another one. Right, bear with me. So you know, there was this guy that I bought one thing from a shop because I did a little bit of research into it, and it made sense for me. Lana might disagree, but it made sense to me at the time to get some of this stuff in, and I'll give you my reason. So anyway, they both turned out to be from the same seller. So I'm wondering if I can get some sort of, because I've had positive dialogue with him already, albeit in text format. I think that might have got my foot in the door. And if I just say, would you be prepared to knock 10% off for a week for our little tribe? Would you be interested? And if he says, yeah, fill your boots. That'd be another. I have tried, guys, to convince 4 distiller sellers on eBay, and not one of them has got back to me. Not one. So if you're going to buy one whilst you can. You know. So has anyone heard of TVP? So let me just stay on top of this first. Hold on, bear with me. What style and log? Right, okay. Yeah, hey Joanna, do you know what? Alex Belfield is a bit Marmite, right? But he was risking it for a biscuit. He was, and he paid the price of jail. But I used to watch him a lot. He is Marmite, you know. But he was coming out with a lot, and he was doing live streams where you've got no control over what people are saying live. There's no delay. So he and he saw his subscribers just going up and up and up and up and up, and they wanted fucking done of him, you know. And I was looking at him, and I was thinking, you're not going to do well in jail, mate. And when you come out, you're going to come out fucked in the head. But I was completely wrong. He's bounced back like he never went in jail. And I do believe he went to jail. So it's good to see Alex Belfield back. Love him or hate him, it's good to have him back. It's like a more honest version of what we thought radio stations and TV was, just for entertainment and not for you know. Anyway. Well, yeah. So I do quite like Alex Belfield. If I met him in the street now, I'd say, Alex, yeah, have you got a book coming out? Well, actually, I mean, at the moment, because I do think he's cashing in on going to jail. But then that could be that could be, you know, it depends on how you look at that. Is that taking lemons and making lemonade? Possibly, but he is cashing in on his experience in jail, big time. Every one of his videos is, you know, my book's ready, my book's coming, my book. Shushy. But overall, you know, anyway, going back to this stuff. TVP, right? So it's been through a those are from an online store that eBay Easier has brought from, because recognize the flat of the bag, probably cheaper to buy direct. I'll bear that in mind now, Lana, because honestly, I do think, I was saying to Lana earlier on today that I would trust, because I love a spag bowl. I love them, you know, or a shepherd's pie, not a shepherd's pie because they don't like lamb, or a cottage pie, you know, or a lasagna, something where you need like beef mince. Well, this is the closest you're going to get to it. It's freeze dried, and you can vat pack it away into portion size, you know, portions if you like. Because I bought two of these. Well, they'll last for years and years and years, and they have still got protein in there. Now, again, it's me and Lana were sort of discussing this, and I was just saying that when you're milking a cow, you don't get cheese. You know, that milk then has to go through some sort of process, because so most of the food that we eat is processed to some degree or another, you know. But I think it's the ultra processed food that we need to be avoiding at all costs. But yeah, this has got a significant amount of protein in it, and it can pretend to be minced beef very, 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 very well. Very well. Unlike the corn shit. And as I say, if you vat pack that away and put it in, you know, out of the way, out of sunlight, this could last you 10 years plus. Do your own research though, right? Because I know I've got some dehydrated, heavily salted minced beef in a tub somewhere in this house, and I've got absolutely no idea where it is. Same as chicken, you know. But I'm telling you, on the day of whichever tub that opens up, right, I'm pretty certain that meat could be revitalized and eaten in 10 years. That's if the salt hasn't eaten away to it to the point where there's nothing left, just a sludge. Because salt's very corrosive. But it's also, you know, a really, really, this is what they used to use on ships to go around the world, you know, to keep the meat fresh. They didn't have fridges, you know, they used to use salt. And then they could take all the fresh vegetables and stuff that they'd been taking on these voyages of exploration or whatever, or towards war. They take a shitload of vegetables as well, and fruit. But then into the journey, depending on how long it was, because some of them were months, you know, into the journey, a lot of those vegetables would have been made into sauerkraut, you know, big vats of the stuff. So you could just keep taking from it. Anyway, I feel like I'm waffling off now. Just learn to preserve. You know, it's so important. Those are from an online store. All right, yeah. Right. Well, I'll see if I can get. I'll contact the company, right, and then I'll contact the seller. I'll do both. But when I say I'm going to do something like this, guys, I really, really mean it. But you know, if none of them are getting back to me, you know, even though I'm selling it, I really am selling it, because they will sell more units. They will. I say that there's nearly 2,000 of us, but we know that, you know, a massive chunk of those people have just completely forgotten that I exist or you exist. It's just not pushed in their, I hate the word feed. But this eBay seller doesn't know that. And they're still going to sell enough units in order to turn a nice profit, you know? Anyway, so yeah, if anyone's interested in this stuff, let me know and I'll see if I can get a deal. This TVP, the stuff we used to buy as fake mincemeat. Yeah, but it has come a long way since then. They have managed to make it a little bit more. Oh, you wouldn't normally put those two words together, but they have made it a little bit more nutritional and less shit in there, you know. Whereas your Quorn mince, I think when Quorn first started out, it was probably, you know, half decent stuff. But because any other proper well-known brand name now has had a hostile takeover, and now is under the umbrella of one of these massive conglomerate corporations, you know. So to me, I think Quorn mince, I would never buy that, but I trust this more than I trust minced meat, minced beef, steaks, chicken from a supermarket. That is, I'd rather eat this, you know, because even the grass-fed stuff now, they're putting RNA tech in and everything. So even the organic eggs that I buy, I've seen these machines where they've got loads and loads of chicks in these clasps, and they're flicking around. They're all perfectly healthy, and just wondering what the fuck's this? Is this like is this like the London Eye, you know? Because it's just going around, and each one's getting jabbed RNA on chickens that will then go on to lay eggs that you eat, on chickens that go on to then become meat. So it's the same with and I did mention a while back, I don't know if you remember, about horse meat getting into our fucking food chain. Horse meat, you know? And a few people said, well, you know, it's meat's meat, and it's red meat, it's good for our brains. And I was just thinking, do you know what? If it said horse lasagna, I'd have been, actually, I'll catch the chippy on the own. So what's to say that the beef that you're buying from Tesco's, Asda, and all the rest, right, is not infected with RNA? All the eggs that we all enjoy because it's superfood. We've just got to keep our heads on a swivel, you know, multi-pronged. So yeah, if anyone's after some TVP, savoury mice, how fucking ironic would that be when it comes out that BWFO were making pretend minced beef out of mice? But that is not the case, you know. So I've got my coconut rice in here, and now I've got me loads of fake mince, and I just need to put it away in portion size. But when my body's saying to me, Terry, you need some proper meat in you, and I hope there's no gay men out there that are thinking, yeah, he's right there. I don't know where that came from. Oh, fuck knows where that was going. Yeah, if I need proper meat for my brain, right, then I'm going to go out and get it. And I've got the means to do it. So just notice that there's stupid crowns after our names have gone. Yeah, that's interesting, Michael. I never thought of that. I'm glad they've gone. They're fucking pointless, absolutely pointless. But why have they gone on our channel? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think you might be right there, Lana. I'm looking into it. Joanna, is TVP the stuff that we use? Yeah. I'm so behind. The BWFO stands for Butthole Foods Online website. I want to do a little bit of a deep dive into that, because I want to make sure that I know that because I can look at, I can go into company's house, I can start looking at the managing director, I can start doing a bit of research on the managing director of the company, and then see what is connected with, who is connected with, you know, just from little bits of information like that. Follow the money always. But I'll be looking into that company, but it does come across as, you know, quite wholesome, and but then it's more sales tactics, isn't it? You know, it's like, hello farmer, hi there, we got some seeds here, man. You don't need to buy any of them. We're going to give them to you for free. They're pest resistant. They're weed resistant. They are the whole shebang. But your seeds won't grow back the following year, but we'll give you new ones to take that nutrition away from us. You know? And man, farmers just need to say, nah, fuck off. Slingy boots. Hello, Linz. How you doing, sweetheart? I nearly missed you there. Yeah, it has been a while. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I can't speak for everyone, but I think everyone seems to be in fine spirits, which is good. Always good for a Friday night. Fair enough, Joanna. You know, there's a lot of vegetarians out there, a lot of just pure carnivores out there, omnivores out there, and vegans out there. There's only four types of person. You know, if there was a fifth, they'd just die. They'd just die, wouldn't they? You know, I don't eat anything. What? Not even? Do you want a chip? Nothing. And then they're dead because we need fuel. But I've never seen a very healthy looking vegan. I've got to be honest. You know, vegetarians, yeah. I mean, I've been out with a vegetarian. And because I assumed that her food was so fucking boring, I got to work, and I started knocking out some very, very, very interesting vegetarian dishes, purely on a selfish basis, because I thought, oh, are we going to be sat in front of a fucking telly, right? We've just got a DVD, for no, a VHS, sorry, from some fucking Asian shop on the corner, right? And you just put it in, you know? I've forgotten where I was going with that. You eat as you choose. Yeah, I agree there, Joanna. We all kind of, we've all got, this is what I'm saying, we've all got freedom of choice, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of expression, and these have got nothing to do with Tony Blair in 1997. This has got everything to do with what you are and who you are. That's it. It's as simple as that. Very, very straightforward. I like it when everyone says hello to everyone. It's so lovely, you know. Well, how many live streams do you see this happening? You know, you get some communication in that, which is one of the reasons why I'm glad that this just stayed so small and intimate. You know, so we could do this without leaving anyone out. Goodlands, good. Wondering if it's the actual store website who may be also selling on eBay too, same price. Well, I mean, if you're selling several products, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, do you? If you've got multiple options of selling your wares, then you're going to utilize that. But be interested if you could find that out, Lana. Yeah. But it's just extra advertising for these people to sell it on eBay, because most people still use eBay. Goodlands, good. So yeah, I think what we're alluding to here, guys, to summarize it, is the shop that I bought the organic coconut flour from. I didn't realize that I'd bought another product from the same shop. That came into, one was the coconut powder, and the other one is the TVP. You know, so I've got a feeling that Lana is in the background researching the shit out of this. Anyway, I spoke too soon. The crowns are back. Are we being watched by the man? Well, do you know what? I think maybe it just takes a little while for these fucking things to kick in. You know, they're annoying. They're completely unnecessary. They're unnecessary. You know, again, if it ain't broke, why do they need to keep fucking about with shit like this? Oh, my glasses, because of the weight behind these, my glasses arms were digging right into my head, and didn't want to break them. Yeah, they are appearing, but I think that's just, yeah. I mean, I can click on going to like someone's video, and it'll say something else, and you click on that, and it's just fucking confetti everywhere. You know, it's all, when I was saying that this is all bread and circus, I really mean this is all bread and circus. You know, they need everyone to stay as distracted as possible so that they can get as many things into a place behind the scenes as possible whilst your attention is diverted. I don't understand the crowns. Can someone explain? Yeah, so Joanna, I think you end up competing against two other people to get gold, silver, or fucking bronze on how many times you communicate with me or someone in the chat. You get a next level crown. Like Lana, she's on 1 at the moment, but as we go on, that will change to 2. It's a completely useless fucking function. It's mind blowing. Oh. Bring back simplicity. You know, I fucking love it. Let me make a fag. Right, so I have got something that's palatable now. Oh shit. Fucking hell. That was a lot more full than I thought it would be. Right, just a very, very quick mini emergency clear up here, guys. Won't take me long. Didn't spread anywhere near as far as I thought it might. Fucking hell. My irritation isn't through the fact that I've now got to clean this shit up. It's that I don't like waste. In any form. Whether that's a drink that you just poured yourself or time. You know? I don't like waste. Bear with me. But before I go to make another drink, I was watching. There's a few prepping channels out there that are kind of up and coming, and most of them I really like because I think it's very, very difficult at the moment to be a predominantly prepping channel, right? When you've shown everything that you know, and you know where'd you go from there? So you start to think, well, maybe this is the end of the course. Maybe I've done my bit and that's it, you know. Because there are thousands of prepping channels out there, thousands, and because they're all wanting to be, a lot of them wanting to suckle on the beast of the teat of Google, right, by monetizing their channels. Which, fair enough. Look, it's getting for the short term, it's getting rough financially for a lot of people, right? So it depends on where your moral standpoint is. Are you going to just kind of just jump into the evil, just to get some money, get some subscribers and some notoriety, so that they can buy me a coffee or whatever it is that they do, and then jump back in again? You know? But yeah, so there was this one particular, let me just get on top of this, bear with me. Where are we? Also sell on eBay, but free delivery. If you can send me the main website of that, Lana, if it works out cheaper, because I've bought of this savory mince, I bought I think it's 1.8 kilos, something like that. And that a lot of that would be packed away, and that'd be good for years later. You know, imagine when no one's got fuck all nothing. And you can create a spag bol that will meet your expectations and your wants, and a vegetarian and maybe even a vegan would as well, because it's plant-based. But I don't like the whole plant-based narrative that's being forced on us, right? At the moment, I've just been thinking ahead, and I've just thought, how do I know that going back to the horse meat thing, how do I know that's real beef in that packet? How do I know it's not human? How do I know it's not dog? You know? How do you know? Whereas this stuff, it copies minced beef very, very well. And it's a good source of protein. Let me just clean this up. Don't worry, the house hasn't suddenly subsided. Yeah, it's certainly not a couple of kitchen towels, Dan. What are they called? When you get like a toilet paper for someone that's 18 foot tall and 6 foot wide. Kitchen rolls, no, it doesn't matter. What a waste. Look. And I don't really want it to build up on my on the table, because it's a really, really old table. There's not one single nut, not one single bolt on this table. It's all fastened together with other pieces of wood. Having said that, when they made tables like this, you could spill anything on there. You used to put about 55 fucking layers of paint and then 700 layers of lacquer, to protect it. They just don't do that anymore. And it's not even a case of you get what you pay for, really, because you're paying over the odds now for stuff that was cheap as chips then. Oh, at least I managed to keep talking through that, I do apologise. It was very inconvenient. Oh. Where were we? I want to read that comment. Sold bits and bobs on eBay lately. The swines are badgering me for national insurance number, although it is free to sell on there. How bizarre. Because I've got amber leaf tobacco plants for sale on eBay, and I've not had to show my face. And do you know what? When I don't know if any of this is connected, but this is just how my mind works, right? So when everyone got this alert come through on their phone, because I knew when that was going to happen, I wrapped my phone up in 7 sheets of foil, right? And then stuck it in the microwave. So it does make me, and there's another one of these alerts coming up in September, right? So I avoided that. So is it possible that might have been some form of malware to go into your phone? Yeah, my thought process is too much to just put into a small package. But I think some of you guys will know what I'm talking about. Oh. Right, I think we're back to reality again. So yeah, we'll find out a little bit more information about this company that sells this savoury mints, and the organic coconut powder, right? So if there's demand there, I'll contact him and see if we can get something sorted out. Because it's important that it's almost impossible for most people to keep a fridge freezer going without electricity, you know. So if pretty much everything that you've got, you found a way of either holding on to a lot of the nutritional value through freeze drying, pickling, fermenting, smoking, dehydrating, whatever you do, it's still making your stuff last longer. But most people haven't got a lot of what we've got, you know. Not a lot of people have got a solar generator because they're so fucking expensive now. But I know that I can recharge with the solar panels that came with that solar generator, just using those two solar panels, not to mention the ones I've got upstairs. So during the day, which would be, imagine summer and you need a fucking fridge freezer and you're trying to live off grid in a town or a city with a garden. So you only really need your fridge during the summer, to be honest. To refrigerate fresh meat and high risk foods like fresh meat and fresh fish. So I know for a fact that I can run my fridge off my solar generator, and then I can keep it powered during the day, just from solar. So keep it powered during the day and kept up until night time, when the fridge is using the juice of the solar generator during the night. But then as soon as the following day comes, but again, we're relying on sun and they want to block it out. But I'll always find a way. I'll always fucking find a way. I'm telling you. Always. I always have. And so will you. You will. It's about knowing thyself. It's not about confidence. It's about having faith in yourself. Hey up, Alan, I nearly missed you there, brother. I do apologise. I went on a bit of a tangent. Yeah, rock and roll, man. Yeah, you know, you've got loads of conspiracy theorists that would walk by as you're doing that. You know, Annie, she's testament to that because she does the same thing. She's a biker chick. It's like, devil worshipper. Devil worshipper there. It's like when someone lets me out of a junction, they'll get a bare minimum of a finger to say thank you. There's always followed by a nod, right? But on occasion, I've been driving along and someone's let me out and I've gone, thank you. But I'm not doing that. You know, I'm not part of their fucked up club. It's symbolism that's ended up working its way into the working class society and the working class mind. And our interpretations of these things are different. They are. Thank God. What I don't know what you sent on, Lana. I've uttered a lot of words since then. I need that. HMRC are now looking into people who sell online. Yeah, over 800 quid. I think the need to start really, really networking your asses off is now. Because this is how they do it. It's like, but it only has to be over £800, and it's to make sure that you don't get scammed, you see, because there's a lot of scammers around, and we also don't want to be people to be embezzling money in and out the country. They should be paying the taxes, don't you think? Oh yeah, what do you think, George? That's Frank and Vera's neighbours. It sounds good. It sounds really good. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, so just sending money to your family, you know, if it goes over a certain threshold, the bank or probably more likely some sort of intermediate bank connected system, or maybe even no, let's not go down there tonight. But holding on to your money until they are convinced that it's going where it's meant to be going. But again, that's 800 quid or over. Now, I mean, I don't send 800. I think paying for my insurance once or twice, I've shelled out, you know. But when Sally died, I saw all this fucking shit come in, and I know that there's at least 2 other people in this chat that also saw all this coming, right? So I wanted to make sure I got every single bit of spare cash out of that bank that I could possibly do, and I did it very, very carefully, very strategically, over a long period of time. Because your money is not safe in the bank. So we'll start off with 800 quid. And if not, they're not satisfied. And then they'll make it more challenging to the point where they go, all right, yeah, why don't we make it 500 quid, then 300 quid, then 2, then 1, then 50 quid. Then you need permission to send even a quid to someone for their birthday through CBDCs. This is what we've got coming if we don't get our shit together. Excuse me. Oh, Joanna, have you not met Alan? Alan, Joanna, Alan. Consider yourself friends. I think it's because I skipped up, you know. I think I've missed a lot. It's going to turn into a lot. Oh, that's exactly what they're doing. HMRC and eBay are putting the squeeze on. They are. They want to close down every single independent business in the world. None. So the opposite of free market, so that they can take complete and total control of everything. And a lot of people have thought, we've got a reputation. We're shelling out shitloads of money for these premises, and then shitloads out for loads of extra staff, the cleaners, the blah, 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 this, that, blah, blah. Why don't we just do this from home? Just have a little storage unit and do it from home. And do it remotely and have an eBay shop or an Amazon shop or an Etsy shop or something like that. So they've been lured into that, the same as we were lured into using contactless cards. So anyway, I think we've all got trust issues with authority. You know, I think the only authority that we can really trust and believe in is our own against ourselves. You know, that's it. Controlling any impulses, controlling your anger. Yeah, just taking complete and total responsibility for your actions, whether physical or verbal, you know. Malware bundled or can change phone settings to toggle a future on or off, etc. Yes, Lana, and that's why I intend to cover my phone again and wrap it all up again, do a test to see if it's ringing. If it's not, you know, then I don't need to add another extra layer of foil on there, and then just put it in the microwave and just close the door. Obviously, don't turn it on unless you're just really bored and you miss fireworks. Oh, am I buffering? Am I really buffering? Motherfuckers. Right, I'll try and keep still a bit more for you guys, because it just seemed that if I don't move around too much, you know, then it's not having to process so much information. All I can say is that I do apologize. This is not a me fault. It's a tech problem. Oh, is Sky Girl in? I missed that one. Where did she sneak in? You don't miss a fucking trick, Lana. Can everyone hear me and see me okay? Can I just get some sort of confirmation? I'm trying not to move around as much, so the computer doesn't have to process so much information, detailed information, you know, from a, oh, that Sky girl. Ain't she lovely? She's lovely. I've completely frozen screen, spinning wheel, buffering, no audio for past 4 minutes. Right. Can anyone else please just type whether or not you can see me and hear me, so we know whether or not it's a problem on Lana's end and not ours. So if you could just do that favor for me, you know, it'll just take you a few seconds. It won't take long, you know. Just let me know if you can hear me and see me okay. Anybody? Come on. Right. Brilliant. Okay. What about for you, Lana? Can you everything okay? We've got what does the angry pepper say? 5 by 5. 5 by 5, 5 by 5, 5 by 5, over and over. And that's why I never watch one of his live streams, because it does my fucking head in. You know, by the first or second person that said 5 by 5, audio, video, sound. That's it. Yeah, he'll sit there on a live stream because he's suckling on the teat of Google on a live stream, just reading out every single person's 5 by 5. Oh my gosh. Right, where were we? Where are we? I think we all need to go back to selling unwanted items at car boots again. Well, look, yeah, I do think Sky Girl that is an inevitability. It could be an immediate short-term thing. Or it could be a wait around and be some form of little treasure trove, because you can end up, I think a lot of preppers are going to end up with so much stuff that's going to be in so much demand because we thought ahead. I think if someone turned around to me and said, right, come on, Terry, we need to have a little bit of a sort out in this room, mate. You know, put what you want to sell in that box there, right? After an hour, I'd be saying, look, mate, this isn't working, but I really appreciate your time. Have a lovely day. Close the door gently behind him. Look at the box that's got fuck all in it. Good. I can now, I can now, but yeah, okay. Well, I hope everything's okay now. Seeing you just fine. Thank you, Joe. All good. Right, sound. Okay, right, okay. We're back in the room. It's just frustrating, you know. It's 2025. I've checked to see how much BPM. Lana will put me right on that. The amount of power that you get from your modem, it's just nowhere near what they say you're meant to be getting for what you're paying for. You know, fucking ridiculous. So another little prepping item that I just thought I'd bring up, right? Oh, fuck's sake. Right, let me just bear with me because I got a little bit disorientated when I flooded the table. There are loads of things that we can buy, loads of mega beneficial things that we can buy. However, right, so as we're moving forward, times are going to get rougher, and we're all trying to figure out ways of maneuvering ourselves around that. Because again, preppers, unlike most people, again, belong in a place where we don't belong, which is the future, because it's not written yet, but we prepare and prepare and prepare and prepare. MBPS. That's right, Lana. Yeah, and I'm getting a fraction of what I'm meant to get, you know? So again, when you're trying to, they've created, right, this is relevant. This is relevant, right? So they've created a vanilla fake vanilla essence, right? So a manufactured pretend vanilla flavoring, right? And it's been created out of microplastics. It does start with vanillin as well, you know. So if you just see it on the side, it's a cheaper, Frank, it's just a cheaper version of vanilla. They put that in there instead. You know, like they put aspartame in instead of sugar, and then say, no, it's no sugar, free from sugar. Yeah, it's like that. Right, all good. So, you know that butter dish in there, and it just says, just enjoy the little things. I even dedicated a full short video just of me not saying anything, just filming that butter dish, you know, saying enjoy the little things, because it's so important that you do. It really, really, really is, you know. The thing they use for vanilla flavoring is an extract from the. Fuck me, mate. I wasn't expecting that. Right. So Jordan, you did get the chuckle. You definitely got the chuckle, mate. But yeah, I was trying to get to the bottom of the name of this alternative, inferior, plastic derived flavoring, vanilla flavoring has come from, because obviously any ice cream manufacturer, when you know, want their is it the ESG scores? So they, you know, go woke, fuck off, drown, right? So you get people turning up saying it will, you know, if you buy this vanilla flavoring for your ice cream, not only can you sort of keep your prices the same, but we can provide you with shitloads of this stuff, so that you don't need to buy any vanilla extract for your ice cream anymore. Look how much you were spending on vanilla extract for your ice cream. Look how much you've been spending per annum. We're offering you this for a 25th of the price, and no one would know the difference. That's how businesses work now. Which is leading me on Don't worry. I did go right around the houses on that. I put my hand up. You can have a fake vanilla ice cream, please. How much? Nah, mate. I'll lick the pavement instead. Perfect. Perfect. A thing they use for vanilla flavouring is an extract from a... Yeah, I did like that. Mate, I just wish... There's part of me that just wishes that was true. You know? So, just another little nugget of prepping. That's all, right? That I went and said all of that fucking nonsense. Well, it's not nonsense, it's true. I said all of that just to lead up to this. You know, I go right round the fucking houses and then right round the streets and then right round the town just to tell you something simple. You know, I reckon that's why I've managed to keep slim and athletic, because my mouth burns up so many fucking calories. Vanilla extract from petrochemicals. Yeah, but there's a name for it, Lana. And I suppose you could find the name, could you? Really appreciate it if you can, or Michael. I don't know what to do whilst I'm live streaming. Because I don't want to lose everything, you know. So after all that, if times are rough and you're sheltering in place, or you're having a really, really harsh winter, or a proper SHTF situation has occurred, right? And you've got kids, and not just kids, adults as well, right? There's something in actual proper vanilla extract that tricks your brain in a positive way, right? So you can add just a couple of little drops of that to a kid with half a pint of water. Oh, sorry, darling. Sorry, wrong girl itching. Yeah, just put few little drips in there into someone's water. You will taste that vanilla straight away, right? And it evokes. Please look into it, right? So for the cost of what this is, and again, make sure it's proper vanilla extract. You know, I mean, fair enough. Put in Madagascar on there was probably a step too far, because I can't imagine that coming from Madagascar, right? But try and get the best quality vanilla essence that you can buy, and it won't go off, you know. So it is in some ways that is the dog's bollocks of morale booster, because when all your Snickers have disappeared, including the Snickers in your knickers. Who said that? Who was that? Was that Sky Girl who said that originally? I think it was you, Sky Girl. A bar of knickers in me knickers, or something like that. So, yeah, just get loads and loads and loads of little bottles of this, you know, and stack them away. And you can add it to all sorts of stuff. You can end up giving your kids, loads of us have got powdered milk, right? I did mention in the last little prep food haul, right, that you can add a little tiny bit of cocoa powder, which will last for fucking decades if it's stored right. Might not be the greatest cocoa powder on the planet, right? But you mix some powdered milk up, so you've got rid of all the lumps, and then you add some of that chocolate powder in there and a little bit of honey, stir it up as fast as you can, give it to that child, and they'll be happy as fuck. You know? Flavour and sweetness are important to avoid food fatigue. Really, really important. So trying to find alternatives that can minimise that that food fatigue by just literally buying one bottle of vanilla extract, you know, to go into your milk, or even a standalone glass of water with 2 drops of that mixed in there and a tiny bit of honey or a little splash of sugar. And it's going to be a pleasuring, like a pleasureful, warming, almost nostalgic experience, all for a little bottle, you know. And off the back of finding that out, I bought 792 bottles of that. No, but I have got more. I have got more. I just think these are things that we should be would be useful to be thinking ahead about. How can I make water interesting? Because the food's not interesting because it's rice and beans, even though it's sustaining you perfectly well. You know, how can we make the evening times just a bit more interesting? A couple of little drops of vanilla extract in their water or in the milk, that, you know. That's leading me on to a very, very mad subject that I want to just cover as well. So I did mention about Australian ladies being offered thousands of pounds for a full unalived baby, right? And the financial incentive behind all that. I wasn't expecting that. I like a nice little beautiful flame to appear and then just light my fag. This is a fucking pocket Bunsen burner. Nearly took my nose off. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah, so there's so much fakery out there. We've got to try and recreate and stock up on very shelf stable stuff that can make our lives just normal. You know, moving down the road, making a few adjustments here and there. You know, but if you want to go fully, truly off grid in a city or town, it's going to be challenging as fuck, but it is doable. It is doable. And learning some skill sets is one of them. Because I've discussed with a few people now, where do you think this is going? Now, personally, and this is the truth, I would love to find a passive or a passively aggressive, passive or passively aggressive way out of this mess. And there are several ideas put out there on how we can achieve that. But it's not going to work. And the reason it's not going to work is because the world, generally speaking, is not full of critical thinkers who have enough common sense, right? If we've got a nail tack, right, we can use if we've got one. If not, whatever will do. But you've got a nail tack hammer, little hammer, tap, 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 tap. Use them on, you know, putting new carpets on stairs and stuff, right? So what was said? I hope chocolate isn't faked. If not, I could only guess what it's extracted from. Oh, Michael. Because I did buy some, I have bought some 85% chocolate as well today because of the health benefits of it. It's really, really good. We are. Hold on. What's that? So Nielsen Massey, Madagascar-born, Madagascar bourbon pure vanilla extract and McCormick pure vanilla extract. Lana, was you trying to see if I could demonstrate what a twisted up, fucked up tongue looks like? With maybe just small amounts of my brain dribbling out of my ears, trying to figure out what the fuck you were talking about there. Now it makes sense. And yeah, that Madagascar bourbon. Yeah, look, get vanilla in, get vanilla in. You know, the purer the better. You know, but whatever you can afford, get it in. Trust me. It packs away to fuck all, and it's not necessarily that expensive. No, it wasn't me that said a bar of Snickers and Knickers. I do apologise, Sky Girl, because I feel like I might temporarily snatched some snatch, probably not a good word. Took away some class from you by assuming that it was you that mentioned Snickers and the Knickers. So just note, by the end of tonight, your integrity and everything else will be completely intact, that you wouldn't come out and say something like that. But I'm dying to know who did, because someone did say it when we're talking about Snickers. So yeah, again, Snickers bars, you can just poke them anyway, just stick them anywhere, you know, little gap here, little gap there, all over the fucking house, right? It'll be, when the shit hits the fan, it will be the ultimate morale boosting Easter egg hunt that you've ever done, you know? Which I like very much. What do you mean the Easter Bunny doesn't exist? You winding me up? We are on organic vanilla pods. Yeah, but you see, you get this big, massive glass jar with, it's like a packet of crisps today now, right? It's like, Vera, should we go for the normal packets of crisps? I'm at the bar. What do you mean? Well, they've got packets of crisps, but they've got the same, but it's called a grab bag, so they're bigger. I'm a fat cunt. You're a fat cunt. Excuse me? Just saying. Should I get 2 big grab bags instead of 2 small ones, or only extra 20p? Go on then. And you get these grab bags, right? And you open these massive, big fucking grab bags of crisps. American cousins over there. 90% air. You know? To the point where when you open it, if you had air, if you had a fringe, just opening it, you'd feel a little waft of air go past your fucking fringe. Anyway. So a packet of crisps only filling like less than 10% of the packet, right? It's wrong. All that plastic that's going to take God knows how long to fucking break down. But because I've just gone right round the fucking houses and right round the streets and right round the town again, the point I was trying to make is that the glass jars these organic vanilla pods come in, they take up about 10% of the jar. You could just sit there rattling them away like that. But you do get what you pay for, right? And it is a good investment. Look into health benefits of vanilla extract. You see, it's everywhere, guys. Everywhere you look, doing a little bit more research into this. Oh, you've got a complaint about that. Let me see if there's a natural way around that, and blah, blah, blah. We're on it all the time, especially as a collective, So we end up finding natural solutions to pretty much most, if not all, ailments. There are some that may be irreversible, and again, I put that down to a treasonous, traitorous, murderous country that's in. They're not in charge, are they? We are. They just don't realise it yet. They've just become so unbelievably self-obsessed that they did. Can you imagine? Because I fucking love my country. I love my country. Can you imagine not being able to walk down any for the rest of your life? Without being accosted. I've got loads and loads of stuff that's just turned up on my screen here. It's gone. So imagine that. Imagine that. Literally never ever been able to walk around your own neighborhood or anywhere that's built up ever, because there'll just be so many people out there that that just want your blood. And I think pretty much every single MP now is at risk of that happening. So you could see that as karma to some degree, but then it's not. It's something that's something that they can avoid. Moving into an armed, gated community. But I genuinely don't believe that there is any escape for these people. The three judges that overthrew the passions and the concerns of the local people around Epping by coming out in force to say, look, this needs to be shut down, and then a High Court ruling against it. I tell you what, you're on your own, right? You are on your fucking own. But you're not alone. I would like to know who said it to. Yeah, because obviously Snickers rhymes with knickers. Someone said it, and I didn't make it up. I didn't. I swear to God, I didn't make it up. I am not a perv, right? I do remember a joke. There's another knickers joke, and it was a woman going to get examined by a doctor, and the doctor turns around and says, I don't know if you've noticed, or I don't understand the reason. I'm not bothered about the reason. Just wanted to point out that you've got like an iceberg leaf hanging out of the top of your knickers. And she turns around and says, "Oh, that's just tip of the iceberg. That's the only one I can remember. Wear knickers." And that again, I don't like the word pants. Pants are something you put on a little girl or a little boy, right? That's pants. As adults, it's boxers and knickers. As adults, everything changes. You know, pants. I don't like that word. I don't wear pants. I wear knickers. Okay, let me just prove. It's Friday night, and Friday nights are usually the nights when these trannies decide that they want to be something else. Yeah, look. Red boxes. You know, they go down, look. Boxers. Men should not be wearing anything that resembles knickers, right? That includes Y fronts. Look, and that's another thing. It's kind of gone full circle, right? So, when I was a kid, Y fronts were normal. You know, two-tone Y fronts, right? Even Y fronts sounds better than pants. It does, right? So it's only a matter of time before people start bringing Y fronts out again to make them fashionable, because everything's been invented now. Everything's been done. Anything that could be is and has already been. So people are just reinventing the past, including a depopulation plan. Where were we? It's like Terry does Ren. I don't know what Ren means. What does Ren mean, Lana? And it's horrible when you come out with the joke or something. No one likes to enjoy having to explain a joke to someone. Like Terry does Ren. Is Ren is when a porn star when you do your old Gits voices. Yeah. And I think I've just created two new characters like Vera and what's his name? Forgot his name already. Like they're not enough. I'm just trying to represent like working class retirees because they don't get the right amount of representation because most of us, that's our dads and our mums, you know, or those of us who are lucky enough to still have one. That's how they'd sound. I couldn't hang around Vera for more than a couple of minutes because of her fucking sharp, gravelly fucking voice. Bitch. I just think, bitch. You know, whilst I'm doing her. Oh, I could have worded that, yeah. I could have worded when I'm doing an impression of Vera, I'm thinking I couldn't spend more than 2 minutes around you. You'd make my fucking ears bleed. Literally bleed. And I just feel sorry for her other half, you know. Feeling sorry for someone that doesn't exist, right? And imagining my ears bleeding from the voice of someone that doesn't exist. Welcome to 2025. I love Frank and Vera. I don't know what names they gave to the new ones, but you'll have to remind me or pick some. Peter Thiel, Wef, and who officially now own xXg. What does the xXs stand for, Lana? See, this shit is not good. Everything is being notched right up a fucking gear and then some. And I am quite fussy about who I kind of subscribe to because I was in the early days, I was subscribed to all sorts of people just trying to get answers, you know. Then loads of censorship came in, so I had to dig a bit deeper and go on different platforms and blah blah blah. So I knew what their game was and what their goal was, and most of you guys, if not all of you guys, did. But I know that they've got to pull something off in the West that's just going to be so fucking horrific. It's going to make that. I have said this before that they're going to need to. They're going to want to up their game from what was already the biggest mass casualty event, I think, globally in human history, which was COVID and them. Anyway. Yeah, so health and human services, right? So basically, that's our health and human services. If you allow it, if you go digital, if you feel like you've got no choice, always a choice. That's a ridiculous amount of power, right? That's automatically just gone from us to a group of people that were never, ever, ever elected. I would rather see a man in a pair of boxer shorts than those ugly budgie smugglers. Yeah, exactly, Sky Girl. Look, maybe you're old school. I don't know, right? But I mean, on the occasional beach that I've gone on holiday, you know, and someone's walked past me, I'm thinking, you're wearing knickers, mate. You're wearing knickers with a Speedo sign, you know, where the S has fallen off. The old ones are the best ones. And they're just really fucking unpleasant. They're very feminine, you know, really nice, sexy combination of like white lace and silk, you know, on a woman is perfect, right? So women must have some sort of equivalent, they must have an equivalent choice of what they think is sexy on a man as far as underwear is concerned, right? So I can imagine women aren't really into blokes that wear skimpy knickers, right? Although I'm sure some women do, you know. And then there's really, really sensible boxer shorts that are just, look, mate, why don't you just take your jeans off and walk around in them? They just look like shorts, flared, you know, sensible boxer shorts. Then you got Y fronts. So any adult that's wearing Y fronts or thinking about reintroducing them to the global market as retro, right? They're for little boys, you know, no woman, no proper self-respecting woman is going to go, oh, they're nice. They want boxer shorts and boxer shorts that fucking fit. That's what they want. That's what women want. Ren is a singer and he did a video looking left and looking right, doing voices. I didn't know that, Lana. I like that. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. I'll have a look. Jim O'Neill, now new CDC director, brought to you by Palantir. Oh my God. You know, the amount of people out there, guys, that haven't got a fucking clue of any of this. They're completely oblivious. And even a lot of like anti-government people, which makes up the vast majority of the country now, let's be honest. Even then, on odd occasions, I can hear people saying it'll all be right when reform gets in, you know. So first of all, you're a cunt you're ill-informed. You've not done any research whatsoever. You're a lazy fucking voter, right? First and foremost, which makes you part of the problem. Then secondly, you've not done your research on the man or the party. It's just been impulsive because you're sick and tired of the blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red. Every 4 years, right? So they end up seeing this bloke just that you can have a drink with and have smoke down the pub with and says all the bullshit. When he turns out he's an absolute fraud. He's a fucking front man. And I've been saying this to you for a very long time now. All of anything that's going on politically around you is a smoke screen. It's smoke and mirrors of what they're doing in the background, like what Lana has just pointed out right there. They're all distractions to take your eye off the fucking ball. xXx Foundation Director works at. I've lost my prescription glasses as well, but I am easier to see from a further distance now, and I'm pretty sure it's got something to do with those supplements. Yeah, good night, quiet man. We'll see you in the next one. Thank you for joining us, and much love, brother. Yeah. Saddle Mysteries in the house. Hello, darling. Are you all right? How's things? All good. I hope all good. You know, it's all about not letting the bastards get us down. So yeah, you know that we knew that the WHO was going to be wielding some fucked up, mad, crazy sword at some point. This is one of the problems that we've got, is that because we do so much research every day, and not just the research, the thinking, you know, I think thinking takes up way more than the researching, because you're then going into processing all that information in your own way. And because most, if not all of you, have got way more than your lifetime prescribed dosage of common sense, that is not the case everywhere you go. Not yet. Again, shit's going to need to get really, really, really real for them. But it's stuff that we've already prepared for, you know, physically, financially, and certainly mentally. You know, these people are going to get hit so fucking hard with so much information. You know, we were able to, as challenging as it was for a lot of us when we had that download moment, you know, and you know what happened around that download moment. I'm not going to go into it again, you know, because I'm not, oh, woe is me, feel sorry for me kind of guy. Fuck that. I'm not like that, right? But that was quite impactful, and that was based on what I knew then. So you take someone like that in a similar situation, getting a download, all of that, like 5.5 years ago, right? All, and then the corresponding 5 years worth of events compressed all down and then going into their head as a wake up, as a red pill event. It would fucking do their heads in. Their knees would give way. They would. Their fucking legs would be jelly, and then they drop to their knees. Just from knowing what you already know. And look at you, taking it in your stride. Warriors. But we can't take away the fact that we know how that download felt. It happened to, I think it happened to different people in different ways over some of it spread out over decades, some of it spread out of weeks, days, months, hours, or minutes in my case. So it's a very, very tough pill to swallow, but it needs to be swallowed. we all know what reform's about now, all of us, you know. I just wish more people would have listened earlier, you know, saw it for what it was. Unelected bureaucrats are running the show. They are for now. For now. Quick visit tonight, off to bed now. Enjoy your evening, everyone. And Sky Girl, you are always appreciated. Much love and sweet dreams. Sleep well. So yeah, it's a shit show out there, and it's a constant barrage of psyops and true information mixed in with misinformation and malinformation and everything in between, you know. So I don't think it's ever been more important ever, really, to really hone your discernment and do your due diligence on everything. Trust nobody, and when I say trust nobody, trust people that I think if you're seasoned enough, you know, which I think most of you are, have faith in that ability to be able to know a wrong one from a right, and you know, you got. It's just that's the home of instinct, you know. Bad vibe there. I can feel the fucking electricity bouncing off this woman 3 meters away, chatting to a couple of people, you know. The people give off a vibe. They do. They give off a vibe, and you can feel it. And you can feel it. And I did mention earlier. I think it might have been. Who was it with? I don't remember now. Right. So you know how I've gone on and on and on about that 90% of communication is non-verbal. That 90% of communication mostly comes from being in the presence of the person or the man or the woman. Again, trying to get out the word out using person, but that's programming for you, you know. And you can just a little bit of conversation, a little bit of to and fro in, a little bit of eye contact, a little bit of body language and stuff like that. You can end up with a completely different take on that person within a few minutes if you know what to look for and you're quite tuned up that way, you know. So this was just a mad theory I had earlier on. I don't want to bore you, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Was that if you look at the yin yang, you've got the dark and the light. You've got good, bad. You've got virtuous and evil, and then that and 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 that, to the point where on one end of the spectrum, you could have the most twisted, evil, sickest, manipulative, heartless, soulless cunt, you know, the most evil being on the earth, right? At one end of the spectrum, and you would feel that darkness. I'm telling you, you would fucking feel it. I would have felt it around Pope Francis, but not everyone's woken up, you know. So someone that evil and twisted, if you were in their presence, because we only talk about 5, it's hearing, it's speaking, it's seeing, it's touching, it's smell. That's all you've got. Don't question it, right? Which is a load of bollocks. So when you end up sensing that aura of that person around you, right? It can be usually quite neutral, you know, but if you're around someone that's deeply fucking dark, you know, they wouldn't think about torturing a child to death just out of ritual and then harnessing the adrenochrome from that. People like that, right? When you kind of sat there and you're watching a video clip of Klaus Schwab talking, you know, there's a list of people like that. You just look at them and you think, you are proper fucking dark, you know, and you feel it. So imagine being in the presence of that person. You'd feel that quite intensely, that evil. I do believe that. I really do believe that. If you look after your gut. So my silver lining to that was that everything has an opposite, you know? So to these seriously sick, fucked up psychopaths, and a lot of the European bloodlines, powerful bloodlines, were interbred, you know? They were interbred. So you had the possibility of a slightly more weirdly wired up person as well. Man, woman, beast, lizard. So you imagine bumping into someone that is the absolute polar opposite of that evil. How much would you feel? How much would you sense from being around someone like that? Because one can't exist without the other. So those people are out there. Where are we? Yeah, there is a lot of AI out there, so I'm sure, but I do think at the moment we can still look at it and think, that goes against those physics, and there's no way that a dolphin is going to fly up out of the water and then back into the water of a pothole on a street in Manchester. So we need to just be discerning and just look at it and think, what would the message be behind this? Some people, that's the hardest discern when there's a good dose of truth mix. That's what, Michael, that's what makes perfect propaganda. That was where I can't remember the part of the German Nazi party. Yeah, so he spliced those two elements of propaganda together, and it was ridiculously effective, and they're still using it to today. Yeah, we need to be so discerning, especially with our kids. If you've got this, fucking hell, pull out all the stops. There are so many people that aren't letting their kids go back to school now because of all of these drills that they're doing. It's a hard. Some people do literally drain your energy. Yeah, you see, it's mad because I do think it's good to talk, right? So if you're able to sit down and talk to what you would consider to be your best mate, and you're able to go into depth without sucking the life out of their energy, you know, just opening up to them is a good thing, because that's a true friend. But you know, when you've got one person in a room that's going around playing victim, and everything they're saying is just you know, and they walk up to you and you go, "You all right?" And they turn around and they go, "Not really," you know, and told every single person in the room, is that a scream? Is that a scream for help, or is that just attention? Or oh man, I've forgotten where I was going with that. Hold on. Yeah, draining your energy. Yeah, so people like the party, I call them fun sponges because they will suck the fucking fun right out of you, to the point where anyone who comes over hasn't interacted with that person or come over to you, still jigging away, you know, come on the dance floor, and you're sat there going, I've got nothing left because of that cunt over there, you know. But I do also think that it's good to talk to your friends and your family. But it's different for us because I think the vast majority of us are empaths. So we don't, because we're thinking, I don't want to push my shit on you. My shit's my shit. I don't want to ask you for advice because I'm past the 50-year-old mark. I should know. I should be able to do it myself. And all of these things create barriers between you and the people that can actually really, really make a difference and help you in your life, moving forward, get you up off the ground. So it's all about balance. It's literally always about balance. You know, don't take. But a good friend will be there for you if you need them, especially if you don't ask them very often. See, I was right around the houses again. You know, some people literally drain your energy. Well, Jordan, let me go into that for the next hour. Gideon is an AI threat detection platform that will use an Israeli-grade, of course, ontology to scrape the internet 24 hours a day and pull specific threat language and route it to law enforcement. Bring it the fuck on. Bring it the fuck on, you know? And if everyone did the same, if everyone was, you know, come on then. Serious, and I fucking mean it, right? So if everyone else took part in that, this whole thing would fall apart overnight because of non-compliance. It's the only way, no matter what. Try and find a plan B and a plan C on how to get through this shit show, you know, and to the other side of this hill. But don't just tolerate stuff, you know. Yeah, it was in relation to that, right? So, it looks like that might be the first attack potentially on free speech across the West. Starting to exceed what we consider previously to already be overreach, then pushing it even further because so many people, I mean, look at us now, we're connected digitally, right? So if everything went down, or they turn around and said, you know, with this screen that comes on and it's like, please stay still whilst we take your iris biometrics, or please place your thumb on this reader, or whatever, you know, under the guise of we're saving the children from paedophiles, and we're stopping people from getting money out of the country illegally, you know, laundering money, right? So we've got citizens out there like me and you, right, catching pedos like that. The police are failing, right? And they're failing everywhere else. Non-compliance, no matter what, no matter what. Find a way, you know. And again, join your local rapid response units. Just join them. You're never going to know when. Look, how many people at the moment are going around on X, and one or two on YouTube, not many, saying, knock on the door, hiya, we're from so-and-so council. We know that you've got a spare room in this property. I was wondering if you would be prepared to take in an asylum seeker. And that's happening all over the country. Some people not thinking about it, or thinking, right, I could get £500-600 a month here, and I'm struggling to pay my mortgage. So I could stay on top of my mortgage and put a little aside for a rainy day or a holiday. So they cave under the money signs. They just cave under it, right? The signs, and they go, yeah, that'd help a lot. Loads of us are feeling like that. We wouldn't cave into this fucking bullshit. So they go around to people's houses now saying, look, you've got a spare room. You know, they already put a bedroom tax on your council tax because it's just you and your husband living there and you've got a spare bedroom or two. Who the fuck do they think they are? Really? Who the fuck do they think they are? But I do believe that they are becoming more and more complacent. I had a thought earlier on, right? Would I? Don't judge me. Hear me out, and then understand it. Okay. And even then, some of you are going to think, yeah. But then there might be one or two of you that will think, right? Mostly women, I think, will be thinking that, would I fuck Rachel Reeves? And the answer is yes, right? Now, because of the kind of woman that she is, she wouldn't be difficult to pull, right? So if I was to fuck Rachel Reeves, it would be a hate fuck, right? So in summary, this is how much I fucking despise these people for being weak puppets and not being patriots and continuing to do more and more damage, right? So in summary, it would be a hate fuck that started out with consent with no safe word. And triple the dose of Viagra. I don't take Viagra, by the way. I am fully functioning down there, you know. But I would need Viagra to get an erection in the first place. And I know a lot of people are going to think what I've just said was quite dark. But what they're doing to you and what she's doing to you is beyond words. It's going to affect you and your life. It's going to affect your kids' life, and it's going to affect your grandkids' lives because of these puppet politicians. You know, the more you think about it, the less extreme what I've just said feels like. Anyway, judge me, don't judge me. I'm just saying I do like revenge, but I don't allow it to take over me because it's a very, 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 very formidable monster to fight. Revenge, guilt is another monster, you know. I think lots of us have got a lot of inner work to do, and I think that we are doing that in our own little ways, our own unique little ways, because we're all individual, you know. But pre-COVID, because COVID, sorry, I do apologise. COVID was a con, but it was also an extremely challenging fucking con for us. But you would have experienced psyop after psyop after psyop after psyop after psyop, since you could comprehend. So for you to be, you know, conscious of all of this now, again, what makes us different? Me personally, I think it's because of some form of trauma. That it's given us a very, very specific thought process in I do think that who you are, what you are right now, and what you want to be is dependent on you firstly dealing with any trauma prior to 2019. And even if that means going back to when you were a kid and getting right with that and turning that energy into positive pushing power moving forward. You know, I've said before in loads of videos, just these I'm not meaning to point at Sal. Everything's the wrong way around. These books are for reference point, you know. All of these books are reference books. If I want to know something about that, right, okay, yeah, and then just read a paragraph on that. And that's how your past should be. Just for reference, you know. Guilt has been a massive fucking monster for me to fight, and I'm still fighting it. I wish I'd done this. I wish I'd done that. I wish I'd looked into this more. Blah blah blah. Right. But off the back of that significant guilt, again, it's a horrible monster to fight, and most people won't win it. You know, you got to give it a good go. So using the past as a reference, but not living there, the way you can turn that around is trying to put a little bit of extra thought and effort into creating no future regrets. Now all I can smell is burnt nasal hair. End it on a positive. That's what they say. The funny thing is, people will believe Bigfoot is doing vlogs. I know, mate, but contrary to a lot of people's belief, there are people waking up exponentially. So say it took one person to wake up, and that one person turned into two, and then into 4, then 8, then blah 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 blah. You know, it's exponentially. People are waking up. It would be nice if those people who are waking up had more critical thinking skills, because that would definitely aid us moving forward. Because a lot of the people out there at the moment are going to end up just developing animalistic. Well, we've all got that in us, all of us. We're just jumping straight in there and starting to kick shit out of people. And that's just a trap. There are several passive or passive aggressive ways to try first, but none of them matter because we're in a minority. None of them matter. You can turn around to someone and say, right, let's just everyone stop paying any taxes at all. Now, there's a caveat to that. The people that have made so much money that you can't really make any more money, there's nothing left to achieve, you know, it doesn't matter to them, you know, because financially they've gotten everything they've ever fucking wanted out of you through your blood, sweat and tears, going into unjust wars and, you know, blah blah blah. So the wealth has already been distributed, so that doesn't really come into it. So not paying our taxes is not a viable option because it'll get nowhere. Just like these petitions, you know, like sign this. When I saw that petition that had, what was it, 3-4 million, and it still had until May to go, so it was still 2 months short-ish of reaching its maximum amount of signatures. And what attention did they pay into that? As serving members of Parliament, how many serving members of Parliament actually served you? I could sell these lighters as non-toxic nasal hair removing systems. See, thinking outside the box, you know, fucking sorted it. Yeah, they might not be able to breathe through the nose for a couple of months, but hey, and by then the nasal hair would have grown back with vengeance. But it'd do the job. Yeah, fucking thing. I have to feed that. I have to fill it up about 8 times a week. I found it, you know, one man's trash again. Where are we? Have you ever met anyone with a pure spiritual soul? I don't believe I have. because I think it would be so I think it would be potentially quite overwhelming. You'd know, and that doesn't necessarily mean that that person is going to be some sort of pussy either, you know. Just someone just wearing the full armor of God, you know, and you fucking feel that vibe. But that vibe, you wouldn't feel that vibe. You wouldn't feel that vibe. I guarantee it. If ego was involved, right? And pretty much every leader of every faith that's left in the world is headed by egotistical sick fucks, you know? So people are drawn to purity. People are drawn to authenticity, like moths to a flame, you know? So yeah, I would love to bump into someone that's that absolute extreme opposite end as a human. And I've met one that came close. Very, very, very pure. The funny thing is, people will believe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was going to expand on that, Jordan, but I kind of lost my way and turned into a rant. That bigot vlog is brill lol. Which one was that one, Salmistra? I can't remember, sweetheart. I do apologise. I have met someone with a pure spiritual soul. We have been acquaintances for many years. He is on a level way beyond anyone I've ever known. It's good to know someone like that, Michael, mate. As long as you never take advantage of them, but keep an eye out in case you see some sort of hidden agenda, or because you just don't know. You don't know, Michael. But yeah, bring him along, camping with us. He sounds fucking perfect, mate. Bring him along. I'm still talking about John. If you're still in the chat, mate, I'm right. I think I'm reading between the lines there, Michael. I always enjoyed the outdoors, growing up in a small town, but getting stuck 15 miles away on a bike ride got me into survival, then prepping. That it's mad. It's mad how lots and lots of different people approached prepping. And then adopting it as a lifestyle, because it's not just a thing. It's not just a fad. And what fascinates me even more, right, is that I went into on X, you've got places that spaces, and then you think X SpaceX. You know, there's so many fucking things, so many questionable things about that man. However, right, you imagine being able to. So there are things called spaces where you can start talking. You can literally start talking to loads of people all around the world, right? So like a live stream, but you're all able to talk to each other. You can have the opportunity to mute someone and mute that person, let that person talk, whilst the other people can hear. It's really, really good. And I was in one yesterday. And yeah, it's very, very good to hear other people's perspectives and points of view, and hone your skills on figuring out what true authenticity is, and honesty, purity, you know. So I mean, I would love to do something like this on X with all of you guys, you know, because you get to see me animated, you get to see me talking, and you get me to read out. I read out all of the comments. I try not to miss any, but I can't hear your voice, you know, and sometimes the conversation gets lost because I've been talking for a while and lost track, you know. Whereas these X spaces are in real time. I do think that maybe, again, I was going to say maybe like watch what you say because it's on X. As he's saying that from one of the most censored fucking platforms on earth. That is YouTube, CommieTube, ShitTube. It's very loud, very loud. I wouldn't use this as a stealth lighter, you know. Where are we? I always enjoyed the outdoors growing up. Yeah. You see, I had lots of outdoors when I was growing up. But apart from living in Radford, which is, you know, if I walked in Radford now, I'd be like fucking a dot on a domino. You know, it was quite multicultural back then, but fucking hell, you know, it's like being in the Congo, but with rain, or being in northeastern Pakistan, but without obvious nonsense going on right in front of your eyes. Bear with me. One thing about smoking your own tobacco is that it goes out more. You know, I think it's more of a, I'm going to say it's more of a pipe smoker, you know, but I will never ever do that to you because it would drive me fucking insane if someone was just like Richard Vobes. I couldn't do it. I can't moan about something and that's irritated me and then go and do it myself. You know, I'm not a massive fan of hypocrites. But yeah, as I was growing up, Jordan, there was a part of my childhood where we lived about 10 miles away from the sea. And back then there wasn't a paedophile hiding behind every single fucking lamppost, or maybe there was, but you know, it wasn't big. Or maybe it was because paedophiles knew the swift fucking justice that they would not get from the police. They would get it from the community, and it's the community spirit that we've lost and need to bring back together again. But yeah, we used to trek all that fucking way during the summer holidays, you know. And the oldest was Rose, my oldest. She was 12, you know. Big group of us going down to the beach and down to the seaside, and yeah, you know, you've got these groups of small towns and groups of little villages in between each small town up north. They've held on to their sense of community, and that's going to serve them very, very well moving forward. as we battle against the enemy. So it really is going to be a fuck about and find out situation. But again, we know that their trap is for us to start some sort of civil war or major civil unrest, right? They're banking on that. But the problem is, as these incidents start to happen more and more and more, the more and more and more that these are coming into the country, what sort of choices are on the table? You know, it's almost like they've kettled us into a position where we are now, right? Which is where we're about to erupt. Now, there are going to be the people sort of that are kind of thinking, look, this is not good. You're doing what you're doing now, which is in a lot of cases quite honourable. They're defending their country without a uniform. But a lot of these people are acting on rage and impulse, the impulse of rage, right? So there won't be that many of them that will be thinking, what's next? Whereas we're expecting something really bad to come off the back of civil unrest and civil war. We know they've got a plan for that, you know? But what other options are on the table? Tell me. That everyone's going to adhere by. I hope I didn't catch you too late there, Lana. Sweet dreams, and thank you for being here. Keeping an eye on Ting and Ting. Do you know, one of the things that really does help me get to sleep is listening to Storm snore. I know that she is 100% at peace. And when she's at peace, I'm at peace. I'm just sending a direct thank you for joining us, because I didn't get a chance to say good night. Done. Because I don't like fucking around with my phone. I think it's ignorant. You know, the amount of times I've gone for just a casual beer at a pub in the sunshine, sat in the beer garden, and I've seen two young couples, you know, in the early to mid 20s, right? And they both come out to enjoy the sunshine, and this is not uncommon. And you just see these two young people just on the phone, stopping every now and then, having a drink, and then on the phone again. Because I have an interest in social science. I do, you know, because I find it fascinating, and that reaches right back to RE at school, religious education, trying to figure out how so many people can be brainwashed by an ideology, you know. But in most cases, it does seem like the woman is trying to put more effort in than the bloke, you know. So a lot of them have kind of gone into their phones. This is just me studying people. I'm a people watcher, you know. They've both gone into the phones, obviously because they've got nothing of any or significance to share each other, which means they shouldn't be together in the first place. And he's reverted to his phone out of awkwardness. So then she's reverted to her phone out of awkwardness because of his awkwardness. Next thing you know, they're just scrolling and not communicating with each other whatsoever. Yet they've come out in their brains, especially hers, to come out into the sunshine where she can put a nice summer dress on and have a chat and have a bit of a laugh like they used to do in the old days outside a pub whilst having a drink. Along came these things. So I think the more aware we are of these black mirror devices, turn them off where you can. They stopped making them a few years back where you can't take the battery out, because people were taking their battery out and getting jobs done that should have been the police's job to get done, and just the battery completely. So there's just no trackable, no traceable element of their black mirror device that could lead it back to them. I don't envisage it being too far away where people have thought ahead and got a few walkie-talkies in, we can't. We're literally in a situation now where, because of the depending on the severity of your red pilling experience, it's going to be almost impossible to pull back from that and into a slave society. You're going to battle in every way you possibly can to avoid that, and that's a proper prepper. It's going to be easier for some people than it is for others. I get that, but it's doable amongst 100% of you. I've fallen behind again. Yeah, I did doze off. I did you again, Salmisra? Wakey, wakey. I was in a live stream chat a few nights ago. Byron from Norway. I've forgotten his name, but yeah, I mentioned the flying and the colours movement in the UK, and people from many countries were all commenting positively about it. That's because in a lot of cases, Michael, what we don't realise is that there are countries all around the world that are all coming together under their flag. It's just that we're not being notified. You're not being notified. It's not on the news. It's not on the radio. It's not saying anything about the fact that pretty much every European country is unifying under their flag. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. You see, one of the things one of the issues I've got against this ain't. Can you let me know if you can? Good night, Jordan. Take care, mate. What was I saying? Right. Moving forward, you have to, we also have to bear in mind, right, that the people behind this fucked up, crazy event that we're navigating our way through, right, have thought about this over God knows how many years. God knows. I'm not going to say it was this amount of years or that amount of years because I just don't know, right? But they play the long game. And because they've got so much wealth behind them, they can afford to twist and corrupt people that are at the top of their field in psychology, psychiatry, social engineering, social science, sociology. And they would have brought them all in to work together to figure out where we're headed, right? When to apply pressure, when to ease off the pressure, when to bring in distraction, and then another distraction. I'm telling you, discernment is going to come from your gut. So look after your fucking gut, you know, look after it, feed those neurons because it will sharpen your instincts. On top of the fact that it's essential that you think critically about everything, you know. I've had my moments where people have said, "Do you know what, Terry? You proper put a right positive spin on that. You know, you're an optimist." And I'm straight in there saying, "I'm not a fucking optimist. I'm not an optimist, right? I can take a positive and turn it into a negative. I can take a negative, I can turn it into a positive. I can, in most cases, right? But I am not an optimist. I never have been. I'm a realist. So I look at patterns. I try and take into account so many different equations to come up with a statistic in my head, as opposed to a .gov statistic, you know. And most of the time, in my head, it's spot on. It's spot on because we've got common sense on our side and a community, albeit sporadic, of very, very like-minded people that's growing day by day by day. Well, I am absolutely not an optimist, you know, and I would never like to be one, you know. I wouldn't, because that's not balance. And if you're not balanced, then your opinion loses its potency. Does that make sense? So if you're biased towards one side and you've got an opinion, you're going to be seen as being biased because your opinion is based on the side that you're on. So the left-right paradigm. Whereas if you are dead center, balanced, right, then your opinion is going to come as a result of information from both sides and they're making a common sense conclusion, right? And that's something that we're seriously fucking missing right now. We've got lots of pessimists out there, right? Record levels, right? Lots of optimists out there that some are lovely and some are just completely out of touch with reality. The realists are fucking real. The realists are realists. Doesn't matter how you dress it up, right? This is it, you know? And a lot of people don't want to spend, a lot of people can sometimes avoid you as a result of the level of depth that you carry and knowledge, right? To the point where they're not quite sure what is he going to come up with me with a knife? Is he going to come up with me with a sword? Not literally, you know, just verbally, because you're going to come out with something that they can't quite comprehend. And especially if you end up in a situation where you've got someone from the left and someone from the right. And again, that I fucking hate the left, the right thing. It's right, wrong. That's it. It shouldn't have to come under a blue or a green or a red or a yellow, you know, right and wrong. That's it. There are so many laws out there. There are so many acts and statutes out there that are so ridiculous that I won't abide by that. I won't abide by them. I'm not going to follow rules of something that I think are ridiculous and pointless and irrelevant or biased, just because you're saying that what my opinion is completely opposite. And again, to the police out there, start looking for another vocation, honestly, because you are now officially being seen as the enemy of your own people. Let's get a top up. I'll come back, take a breather, and try and bring this back around to positive. Right, okay. Well, learning a bit about the law, even just the basics, can end up tying these. I became a police officer after 8 weeks training. Those kind of people. You can end up running rings around them and make sure that you film every single interaction with them, bar none. Because they soon change gear when they realise the camera's on them. But so it's become very, very evident to even people with very, very tiny, almost blind eyes, and the logical of thinking people, not just from the UK, but from around. They're seeing this two-tier policing shit everywhere around the world. So if it's been the chasm between has grown so fucking vast that it's irreparable. It's impossible to fix it. Their tactics, they're because of the kind of people that they are. Basis that they are what they are, which is I've seen some police officers, but one in particular, right? One where I've seen 14-year-old lads I've supported in kid zones, 14, 13-year-old lads that look older than that police officer. And I'm thinking, the 13 and 14-year-old lads just wallow. So our police force is, it does seem like it's being created to be dysfunctional in order to bring in their plan A of when the country kicks off. If we become an EU, if we remain an affiliated EU member, then the governments, the collective governments of Brussels, can then turn around and say, right, we need to deploy UN peacekeeping troops on our streets. But how can we employ them? Well, have they got passports, or have they got qualifications in security? Or, well, overnight citizenship, but then they can get around the citizenship thing completely by just calling them peacekeeping troops, because they can be from anywhere around the world. It's like a TMU version of the French Foreign Legion. I need a piss. You know when your body's saying, you need a piss, you need a piss, you need a piss. Again, one of the most, in fact, most of the most beautiful aspects of life are completely free of charge. And pissing is one of them, you know. That was one of the longest pisses that I can remember ever. And I did at least 3 sighs as I was doing it, you know. It's just that sense of, oh, thank fuck for that. I did want to just, I do make some notes, because I do think best are positive, you know. Because it's important There's a lot of negativity in the world right now, and true little fun fact for you, right? Misery, fear, apprehension, these are all things that are quite contagious. So if you picture yourself, for example, in a stadium, right, and then you hear gunshots going off and a bomb go off, and you've seen the bomb go off, right? That herd mentality is just pure fear. Pure fear. Is there another one? Am I stood next to it? You know, we need to get out of here. Mad rush, just instinctive. Fight, flight, freeze, right? So it's about trying to figure out, first of all, which one you are, you know, and you can, it's easy to tell, you know, when you get to 50 years old, you'll know if you're a fight, flight, or freeze kind of person, because even if you froze in that moment, you fought in those moments, or if you froze in that moment, flight, froze, flight, froze, fight, just work out the averages of what you are and prepare accordingly. Because if you're not much of a fighter, then maybe work on your home security for starters. Oh, fucking, I don't know where I was going with that. And something's just taken over the entire chat. So, oh, there we are. Right. I hope storms pour healed. Yeah, it did, Michael. Yeah, it was. I'm not quite sure who's not in, now, because it's been a while since there was a comment. Oh, I just need to press down. Oh my god. Well, all right, let me read these ones first before I get lost in it. Yeah, those again. Part of prepping is, what if you've got no vet? What if there's no vets? You know, what if you can't because you've not gone along with the government psyop technological narrative, right? So you can't access vets. Vets just want to keep your fucking animals sick anyway. Just like, you know, big pharma, they want to keep you. If they fix you, you're never going to come back. So same applies with dogs, you know, unless you go to a charity, some sort of charity. But even then, there's a lot of people that don't know what's what. There'll still be genuine, honest to God GPs out there that are thinking, that are not making the connection between the amount of people, young people, children with heart attacks and strokes, and they're still not making that correlation. Well, they are very, very rare, very rare. Probably one in, I don't know, 1 in 100,000. You know, so they've all done their played their part in the destruction of mankind and should be dealt with accordingly, you know. Uh, um, yeah, so Storm, right? So going back to not having a vet, right? Now I know that paracetamol works on a dog, right, and it works just as well as it does on the dog, than it does with a human, right? As long as you get the dosage right. So I was giving her, it gave her an opportunity for if anything was in a paw, it would work its way out because of her licking it and stuff. You know, these are derived from wolves. You know, they looked after themselves, and you've got loads and loads of stray dogs that act as packs in third world countries and stuff like that. You know, they're not daft. But yeah, it gave her an opportunity. It gave her a break to sort it out, and yeah, she's sound now, Michael. Yeah, she's good to go. But she bounces back anyway. They both do. We all do. Yeah, good night, Jordan. I'm not sure if I said that already. Yeah, she was sound. Who's John? Yeah, I don't know if you joined JS Devon Outdoors channel, but I do think that if you get more people going over there and just having a look, then I think it might encourage him to put more content out there. So I do think I think there are no two channels that are alike, none. But there are some that are more unique than others, you know, and that's quite hard to find. I think I don't know if what we've ended up with has been as a result of an accident, an unintentional thing. I got past a certain point where it became about prepping. And over the years we've ended up with, because I make sure that I have to fucking swear now and then and spark a fag up and use words, but not just willy-nilly, you know, using words because the algorithms don't like it, even though it's the truth of very young girls being raped by migrants, right? Raped, not graped. So things like that has helped to keep the channel so small that it's enabled me to make sure I can respond to every comment and read everything out more or less in the chat, so we can be properly connected. But yeah, you know, this space thing on X where you can all join in and you can either listen, which is pretty much what you're doing now. You're listening to me, then I'm reading comments out and then elaborating on those comments. But on this thing, we can literally all come together. But we'd need to. I need to figure out the system a bit better first, because if you've got, imagine if say 30 people turned up for one of these conversations, that's 30 people all trying to talk at once. So there are options on there available, so you can go through each one that's put the hand up. If you're the host, each one who's put the hand up, and then go by turn, try and remember who it was who put the hand up first, and then work your way through. So everyone gets an opinion, a bit of a take on their take on something. I mean, I wouldn't like to be in a room full of 30 people that are all trying to talk all over each other and all have got something to say, but it would be interesting to have something like that on X, where there's like 10 of, I don't know, 5, 10 of us talking, you know? Oh, and I said I would never have anything to do with X because I can see where it's going, you know? There's so much information out there about Grok becoming the Western version of WeChat in China, you know? You see, that China was a test bed for the rest of the world. And yeah, I mean, if you look at Xi's start in life, it's to end up as the supreme leader of one of the biggest fucking continents on the planet. I don't know. That doesn't normally kind of happen unless you've got some sort of fucking contacts, or I don't think. Right, hold on. Let me just make sure I'm on top of all of these. No, you're right. In fact, that's t-shirt material. That is Michael. There's nothing like taking a piss when you need a piss, because it's relatable. Because everyone's like that. So, right. So this is my take on something that is very, very significant, right? And it's been going on for a few years now. So when I said we're on our own, we really are on our own. We are, right? Our police force isn't there for us. Our army, active duty army, are going to be placed across the world. So not here, right? But a lot of people are signing off. So they'll have all of those skills and that knowledge and the tactics of trying to, I'll leave the rest to you, fill in the blanks, right? So these people are leaving in their droves because they're seeing what's happening in their own country and they want to protect their own country. That was one of the main reasons why they signed up in the first place. So they were either lost or they wanted to be ultra patriotic, right? So even though we are on our own, but we are not alone, and there's a difference. Right, so the recent church shooting in America, that's not been, they've gone from, right, hold on a minute, guys. The whole shooting up a school thing, it's not riding with people who know their amendments. and their rights. It's not working. It's not working. So let's take advantage of the MAGA and pretend to shoot Donald Trump in the ear, and then make sure that the guy that didn't stand a chance in the first place was dead and cremated and fucked off, and the entire possible crime scene was completely and totally wiped off the face of the earth, and that no one's talking about it anymore. So before America, the last one of the Five Eyes that still had the right to bear arms was New Zealand, right? Now, MK Ultra is not confined to America. It's not. It's not. In fact, it's not confined to anywhere. So the South Church massacre got the public backing to ban firearms, right? Now, again, if you look at the main countries that were in the Commonwealth, the empire, if you like, there were only 5 main ones, right? I would add India, but that's another story for another day, right? So the right to remove the right to bear arms was removed in every country sequentially, right? Now it's all eyes on America. Now it's their right to bear arms and their passion behind their flag that's going to get them through this shit. It really is. Because and another thing to add to that is that the American level of absolute patriotism, right? And it is, no one can argue. Please drop it down in the chat if you disagree with that. Fucking hell. Let's have a debate. They are so unbelievably patriotic, right? But the vast majority of their genetics came from us. And the vast majority of their fucking hell. All of their Bill of Rights, it's gone. I don't know why. It does my fucking head in when it happens. Their Bill of Rights, they stand firm by that, right? And the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. When are they going to start bringing in more amendments? Anyway, yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that your version of the Bill of Rights came from the UK Bill of Rights. Your founding fathers just took the bits that mattered to secure a proper. We don't really know, but anyway, they took chunks of our Magna Carta over with them as the Bill of Rights. And the Americans are very, 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 very patriotic. I am. My fucking flag. This flag. No, it's falling off. I got too active. Look at this. You see that dullness in the middle of the red cross? That's from sun, winter, sun, winter. So what I've had at my fucking front room window for the last 2 years on full display, right, was an anomaly back then. You couldn't make this fucking shit up. Now everyone's doing it. On the first St. George's Day, I had flags on the back of my car, and I was driving around. You know, this was well after I put the one that I've just shown you up at my front window. The reason it's down is because I've got a newer one to go up there. That's all. So driving around on St. George's Day 2 years ago and a year ago was really fucking disappointing, because I saw no sign of patriotism, none whatsoever, and that was really, really, really disheartening. You know, I was thinking, where the fuck are you? You know, are you that shallow a cunt that you've wrapped yourself up so much into your own stupid, self-absorbed, materialistic fucking world that you are not paying attention to everything else that matters? Oh, okay, now. So anyway, I brought my St. George's flag in tonight for the first time, and it's on the floor because I've got one brand spanking new to go up there. And to any local authority that might be wondering where the Union Jack that suddenly appeared on one of the lampposts directly up the road from me, that'll be me. You know, I've looked at the law, and even then, right? Even the laws that they're throwing around now for taking them down off lampposts because it being council property. Who pays the council? You do. Your property. And then them coming out with the whole, well, it's distracting people from driving their cars. Well, you get people fucking about on the side of the road, left, right, and centre all the time. And then you're having to focus on other stupid drivers on the road, you know, all the time. You know, we're grown-ass adults. We can self-assess. We can risk assess ourselves. We're very good at that, you know. Fuck off with your nanny state bullshit. But you will know that when that flag flies from one of your lampposts, when it arrives, that will be me. So you'll know where to come and knock. Please come and knock at my fucking door. Please. As for everything else, I do think everyone, I'm just saying, I'm just thinking that everyone needs to take it up a level and contribute a bit more towards where you want us to head, you know? I'm not, you know, I'm properly small fry, having a channel with less than 2,000 people in it, you know, but I'm still speaking my mind, and I'm still not holding back with my freedom of speech, you know. I don't think everyone would feel comfortable with doing that. And some people might even think from time to time that I'm just being insightful, and I'm not. I'm just pointing out my rights that they don't need, that they don't need to give me. I've already got them. And until I turn into some sort of absolute mass murdering, child raping, suicide bomb vest wearing, woman hating cunt, you know, I'm the police are proving to be unfit for purpose, and I've been saying that for quite some time. You know, I've had loads of run-ins with the police in my life, loads. But out of all of them, I've probably met a couple that were, maybe three, that I thought were what I would consider, looking back, as respectable police officers, you know. So that's a massive contrast. If you knew my interactions with police over the years, to be able to only count three, you know. So, and that was then, you know. I've not seen any improvements. All I've seen is a hurtling downwards of standards. So what use are they going to be against an army of fighting age men? Not much. Yeah, a couple of months training, there you go, his uniform. Go and fulfill all the hatred that you took from school from being ginger out on everyone. This sounds way too dramatic to light a fag. You just want to say something and then reflect on what you've said, right? And you go to light, you've got this lovely, very calming little line going up, you know? And then you go to light it, and it's but it's windproof. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone. There's 7 of us, 7 people watching and 7 likes, right? And you know me, go through my videos. I'm not into it for the likes. I couldn't give a fuck. I'm just thinking about the symbolism, you know, of it being 7 people and there's 7 likes, you know, and 7 is meant to be a lucky number, you know, whether there's anything in that or not. It wouldn't surprise me if someone put a comment in the video after the replay. They've watched the replay or some of it, and they've put in the comment section, actually you'll find that 7 is the sign of the devil, but not just the devil, his cousins and his nephews and nieces and everything is now going to unfold before your eyes because of 7-7. Whereas I just think, oh, it's a lucky number. I think people think of the number 7 as a lucky number, you know. So I think there's been so many positive things that have been either extracted from society or manipulated and reversed, you know? And it's such a fucking shame. There's just so much inversion. Everything's inverted, you know? And yeah, I mean, as a 20-year-old, you know, I didn't give a fuck about politics. I didn't give a shit about anything, you know? I was just out to have a good time and live life and experience different sides of life, you know? It was great. I never, ever, ever, ever would have comprehended something like this coming along, you know? It's caught everyone off guard. But it's also woken so many fucking people up. It's ridiculous. It has, you know. Again, there's that sliding scale. But as long as people are getting onto the scale at some point, even if it's right at the bottom, you know, something's not right here. You know, just that very, very basic instinct that something is not right is on the right at the bottom of the scale of people being aware, consciousness. So for a long time, well, not really a long time, but sort of kind of remembered and reignited recently that some of the most beautiful and amazing things have happened as a result of really, really fucking bad shit. You can't have the light without the dark, right? But there are so many bad things that have happened to me, that have happened to you, you know, significantly bad things, you know. But if you try and piece it all together, going back, and then understand where you are now and what you're about, that would never have happened if it wasn't for all of those things to have happened to you. It would never have happened. I fucking guarantee it. I've got loads of notes here that I'm not going to go into because I don't want to push the 4-hour mark. These are also loads of bits of information here that I was going to bring out the last live stream as well, but I never got around to it because, yeah. So we can leave it on an upper, you know, that sometimes a real blessing can come disguised as an absolute fucking nightmare. And I'll, you know, on that note, I'll leave you to think about certain aspects of each and every one of your lives. Anyone that's listening to my voice now, right? Have a real good think about that, you know. because it's pretty profound when you do. Some of the most horrific things that can happen to another human being can turn into a productive, positive, and a blessing. You know, doesn't sound, you know, I don't know how rational I'm sounding to you guys, you know, but I do believe that. I do believe that there's something happening here, you know. What it is ain't exactly clear. But and those lyrics then, I was thinking, actually, that, if I'd have just said that rather than sing it, it's fucking bang on. Because it isn't all exactly clear. We know that the depopulation of the planet is happening. We know about people that are paying attention. You know, us. Know that there's notice way more shit going on than your average neighbor. You know. Which can feel isolating sometimes, but never feel isolated, because you are clearly not alone. There are people like us doing live streams right the way across YouTube. There are people putting content out on Rumble and X. And then there are people that are doing X spaces, which is where you can just listen, or you can request to have to speak. It's got like these little microphone ons and offs, and it's an interesting setup. I am very suspicious of Elon Musk. I think he is a mad scientist, and he's probably drawing people towards X in order to commandeer them, and that may be in he's got, look, Musk has ended up with every single top paid, more or less, one of them anyway, the top paid private suppliers, contractors, you know, the top ones of all time. So imagine that he's in a position, was in a position where we could literally buy Twitter, right? Which was, right, I don't know where it laid, like from 1 to 3rd, I don't know, but it was fucking up there, right up there, and he just moved in. That was it. I'm buying it. Odd, right? Just too convenient, considering the other contracts that he's got with the government. You know, SpaceX bought the Boring Company is way fucking deeper than SpaceX. SpaceX is, look at it take off, and then look at it land again. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, that's got to dumb people's attention. The fact that they're building hundreds of miles worth of infrastructure underground right now. using the boring company, because that's what they do, you know. And then you look at his connections with all of this going back, and then you add on top of that he's also on the spectrum. He's a mad one, really, because people on the spectrum generally can be not easily manipulative, because they have their thing, you know. They like things to have order or structure, right? But that makes me think of the relatable. I wonder if there's someone. There's got to be. There are broad spectrums within different spectrums of what people are. So a broad spectrum of depression, for example, right? It's a broad depression that needs to be dealt with by a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. And there's a lack of them, right? So, but again, they don't want to fix you, because all those psych meds, all those, you know, we need this, you know, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and I've forgotten. There's loads of them, right? These are the ones we're pushing, because this is what the people that kick-started the whole big pharma revolution thing into place wants you to buy this product, not that one, and just keeping people. So one of the most common side effects, if you look inside an average antidepressant leaflet from a box, right? Because they have to be provided legally, right? And some of it's for antidepressants, and this is the truth. 2 of the symptoms can be dark thoughts or suicidal thoughts, and there was another one as well. So suicidal thoughts. So you've possibly gone from being suicidal to then go into your GP for them to then give you medications that could literally exasperate your sense of being suicidal. You know, you fucking couldn't make this shit up. What we need to come together as communities again, right? And get rid of any risk that's negative, right? Now, again, I know I said you can't have negative without positive, right? But if I was told that I was out of balance, right, by being in a community that beat the shit out of or got rid of in some way nonsense out of our little community, I'd be pro that. So again, I don't know what I don't know what category I'm in. All I'm saying is that the power of common sense, right, is people just don't talk. They don't talk. I think more people are talking about common sense now, but they're still just using the term common sense. You've got no common sense, or you've got no common sense. It's just used, you know, that term is just used, right? But there does also feel like there's a camp between people that are completely lost and no, actually, I don't think anyone's beyond reach. I think if you stand on the side of absolute truth, right? They can never, ever, ever beat you in an argument to the point where they'll keep going and keep going and keep going and tiring themselves out like that, you know? Because the truth is the truth. Now, that opens another fucking can of worms. It's like, well, your truth might be different to my truth. The truth is gut felt, almost on a herd level, right? So if your gut's saying this isn't right, it's probably not right. If your gut's saying there's something in there, some of it might be true, then you need to do your due diligence and find out what the fuck that was. You know, don't be lazy. And then you've got, so you've got these senses, this actual sense, you know, that is potentially more powerful than any of the other senses that we've got. That gut, that instinct, you know. I mean, the sense of touch. The sense of touch is only a sense of touch because of nerve endings on our. You see, everything's all biology, you know. Whereas what we're dealing with now is spiritual, you know. Oh, I feel like I might be waffling a little bit now because there's no one chiming in, and I don't want to kind of you see, I can go off on a right tangent about so many things, and then feel like I'm not giving any time for you guys to chime in and give me your take on things. But even then, your take on things is going to be in a box for characters, you know, where you're just trying to type in your thoughts on something that could be so profound, but it will never, ever, ever, ever come across properly in its purest and powerful form in a text message. Because it's lacking everything. You know, you could be trying to put the most human emotion across possible, of which there are many, right? And that could never, ever be felt through a text. They're so misinterpreted, right? To the point where I have thought at one point, was texting a divisive a death by 1,000 cuts, you know? So one nudge in one day, not a problem. 3 nudges in succession, it's pissed you off, but you've calmed down, but further on the line, you're thinking, I wish I'd turn around and knock them all out. So then you start to think about revenge on top of that. Before you know it, you're going to sleep thinking, oh, I wish I should have done that. You know, it's taken over you. Oh my God, I forgot where I was going with that. And it was important, you know. I think to revert back to the premise, pretty much was along the lines of that there's justice and then there's justice, right? And then there's a sliding scale of what a moral compass should be. So you integrate those two things into society, you've got a pretty healthy society, because anyone that, again, look, hey, if you want to dress up as a woman behind your fucking back door or your front door, right, fill your fucking boots. I couldn't give a fuck. Just stay away from our kids. That's my stance on that. Stay the fuck away from our kids. So there is a liberal side to me, you know. I'm a live and let live kind of guy. As long as you're not trying to affect other people, right, in a negative way, then I've got a problem. So we've currently got probably not an accurate statistic, probably a very conservative statistic on the amount of immigrants that are coming over to this country from non-war-torn countries that admit to auditors, but they don't admit on the way in, even though it's on film. You know, trying to stay down that middle of the yin yang sign, right, is a fucking challenge and a half. Is X just another data harvest? Of course it is. Yeah, absolutely. 100%, Michael. And it is censored. It's 100% censored. But look at it like this. Give me a thumbs up just in the chat, just to let me know that you're still one of the 6 people that's still listening. Give me a thumbs up before I carry on, because it's relevant to you, you know? And everyone else, all of us. Right. He's away from his computer. Right, okay. So, X is definitely the data harvesting hub across the planet, right? And Grok is a very integral part of X. That's harvesting it on almost a quantum level, right? To profile every single one of us. Now, I've exposed myself to that. It's how you conduct yourself on X that, just like YouTube, you can to some degree fly under the radar. You know? So, in summary, is X worth joining, at least for the interim? Yes, because the information that you can get on there makes YouTube look well, it makes YouTube look pathetic, like a pathetic little creature, you know. There's a stark contrast there between what you can see and find out on X than what you can see and find out on YouTube or Facebook or Insta or any of the other big, you know. But I do believe that is part of the lure, you know, that this is the most liberal talking, freedom, conversationalist platform that's available out there that's got reach. So that's the carrot on the stick. But as long as I'm aware of that, I can detract myself from that and not sign up to be using Grok as the new as the new WeChat that China uses. They are collecting so much detail about you, your habits, your health, your life, your social life. It's got a massive fucking perfect, extremely detailed copy of you, your life, who you are, what you are, who you spend time with, what your beliefs are, what your opinions are. You know, you are profiled to fuck with the data centers that are being put in place here, there, and everywhere across every country to harness as much information about you as they possibly can. So they almost get to a point where they know more about you than you know about you. It's fucking bad. It's bad. Do not become part of this digital identity facade, because the outcome, if you don't, you know, again, when I say lead by example, I fucking swear to God, if you make it into my life, and I love you and I respect you, I would 100% take a bullet for you. I would. You know, I'm a protector. So all of this we're up against some like serious fucking almost nightmarish adversary. And when you start to realize that all of this has been planned for centuries, you know, and then you've got people like me saying, live in the moment, that's where you belong, right? That would then make me saying something like that sound weak, when in actual fact, believe it or not, it will have the opposite effect. But in contrast to that, you've got these people that are just genetically born this way to again, there's I genuinely believe that because of too many really, really bizarre coincidences, up there in the maybe in the billions, really, synchronicities, like mad shit that stats. Yeah. So I do think that the people that get where I'm coming from and understand me know that there is no way we can lose. But the moment you allow ego to get in the way, you become a weakness to everyone else around you. So white, British, male, strong, influential, positive male role models are in very, very short supply. And there are kids that have got parents that have been born into swiping and shit like that, so they don't know any different. There are exceptions out there. I've met a few, don't give up on our younger generation, just feed them, plant seeds, give them questions without answers that you think they want to know what the answer is, then they'll come back and then answer and then feed them with another question. And even if, in some cases, no, I was going to say where the fuck that came from. I think maybe desperate times come for desperate measures. And I was thinking financially incentivize your child to think critically. But then they would lose their ability of understanding, or would they understand the price of money? I never really thought about it like that. And do you know what? I fucking loved, because there's 7 people listening to me, right? Even if, say, 6 of you were away from your phone listening to this, and you were washing the pots or whatever, I'll listen to the rest tomorrow or not, Just knowing that there are possibly 7 people out there that get me, and it's highly likely that you would get each other as well, It's a very, very unusual mixture. I've used a different mixer for it, and it's pineapple something, and but I think that is French for instant fucking heartburn. But hey, you know, warrior on through, because it actually tastes quite nice. I know everyone's worried about what's around the corner. I know everyone's, you know, if you're listening to this, then you're probably very similar minded in some way, you know. We've all got the same concerns. I've used the analogy of World War II people hating each other, you know, before the war kicked off. It's becoming die-hard friends, so to the point where one would take a fucking bullet for the other, you know, because of war. Is X just another pineapple is a bugger for heartburn? Michael, you know, I was saying earlier on, just try your level best to not make any future regrets, because regrets will chew away at you if you allow them, right? So going back into the past, Michael, if I wish you'd said that to me almost 37.46 seconds away, I wouldn't have had that as a mixture. And now I'm sat here suffering because you didn't stand in and help a mate out when he really fucking needed it. Because my chest's on fire now. You know, it's like trying to put a wine sort of bottle cork into a massive fucking giant meter wide leaking dam after it starts to crack. But isn't it mad that one of the best ways to deal with heartburn is with apple cider vinegar, which is acidic? You know, it's fucking crazy. The human body is so incredible. We've got an amazing biological system built around us. We have, you know, but we just don't look after it, you know. The things that we are capable of achieving in these bodies, right, is fucking mind-blowing, you know. The first guy who went to Everest, or no, to the North Pole, right? As far as we know, Scott didn't have the technical gear we've got today. You know, the first person that made it to the top of Everest, right? They didn't have the gear that we've got available today. They fucking did it, you know. Hey, Michael, no, hey, look, hey, I saw that as a crack. You are still definitely 100% figuring out my sense of humour. You really are, which is a shame because I thought you would have got that by now. But I've got a very dry, now and then, a very dry, sarcastic, but very non-personal sense of humour. Yeah, mate. Honestly, there's absolutely no way I would ever make you feel small or bad about anything, because I know I've met you I've met you more than a few times, and I've got you sussed. You know, You're a good man. You're a fucking good man. You are well and truly profiled, which is something that's a horrible word to use, but I do profile people, you know, and I think a lot of people listening to me probably do as well, more now than ever. You know, we're profiling people. I think it's it might actually be part of a tribal survival tactic, because as long as everyone's looking out for differences outside of their pack and the mentality of their pack, so, and their pack can mean me in Long Eaton, Michael in Birmingham, you know, the pact is still there. That mentality of the pact is still there. It's just separated by a distance. That's it. I forgot what the question was. Oh, I fucking hate that. It does my head in. It really does. Oh, mate. You know, because I've been thinking about coping mechanisms and trying to train my mind to alleviate stress and stuff like that. The one thing that I cannot do is deal with that. So the only reason that I didn't seem so stressed is because I'd somehow built up such a nice kind of collective understanding, you know, feeling that it made the possibility of her drinking from that water bowl again insignificant in the grand scheme of things, you know. But then she got back in there and it changed everything. Do you know what, Michael? I'm very, very, very curious, because like any other any other man or woman that's listening to this, I think all and any would be just curious to get someone else's proper, honest, genuine take on them, just out of curiosity, you know. I don't think that would change anywhere near as many people's perspective and direction in life. It might not have any effect whatsoever, because I don't think most people are susceptible to that sort of line of thought anyway, you know. But I do think that's growing, you know. At what rate, who knows, you know. It's anyone's guess. But yeah, you know, I think your biggest mission should be to be 100%. See, I suddenly developed a short tongue there, right? Is to first understand what authentic means. So understand that first, but not just read the words, not just sort of like have a rough kind of play on what that really is, what the true definition of that is, and then put the rest of your life into perspective off the back of that. So people end up becoming the empowered people that they are, you know. Everyone needs to wake, like I said earlier on, wake up in their own way, at their own pace, right? But there are a lot of people out there that are going to be one hell of a fucking challenge to go, look, hey, look, here's the proof. It's here. And they're like, no. Like completely and utterly indoctrinated. But I'm not. I'm far from an optimist. But I am telling you now, on this current trajectory, we still win. We still win. It's going to make it a lot more difficult because of the. Again, I'm not. I can fight. I can, and I'm not just saying that. I can fight. But generally speaking, I can process information fast enough to know whether or not a fight is needed or not, and I can bring things down. Not always. Not when two people are so fucking fixated and heated, you know. But generally speaking, I can bring people right down to the point where they're shaking hands, you know. But that doesn't happen very often. Statistically, that does not happen very often. So it's a case of coming together via flag first, right? As a show of patriotism to England, right? And the Welsh, the Northern Irish, and the Irish, and the Americans, and the Canadians, and the New Zealanders, and the Australians, unite under their flag, but also see the Union Jack in a different light as a flag of union, even though it's a maritime flag, and we live under the rules of both. We should be living under the rules of natural justice. Even common law is pretty manipulated by victors of past. So but I do think that there are people in this world that were born for this, and I think I think if you get me, because I don't think everyone does, I know they don't. You know, more now than ever since 2019, 2021. We've all pretty much developed into completely different people. You know, but in a good way, I hope, and a never-ending source of seeds of truth to be planted into people. You see, no matter. So people are people, and then you've got the very fucking low, evil cunts to the most beautiful of just. It could be ugly as fuck to look at, but they are so beautiful inside that it doesn't matter, right? Different spectrums of humanity. There are so many different spectrums of humanity. That's what makes us so unbelievably complex. You know, dogs aren't like that. They live in the moment. You know, whereas there are so many different aspects of different people from different parts of the world, right? And I do believe that to some extent, to some extent, that's been allowed to propagate and happen. You know, I do think that a certain ideology of a guy that was half Japanese. No offense to the Japanese, just again mixed race. I think a lot of mixed race people quite might, based on common sense. A lot of mixed race kids are thinking, "Am I more my dad? Am I more my mum?" Whereas if they were both born the same colour, they'd never have that extra complicated thought process in their mind. And again, this isn't a racist. He's an Aryan racist. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Again, look around my house. Like everything is African themed, right? I was best man to a Muslim man for his wedding. I've lived in the middle of some of the most multicultural places you can imagine. So none of these opinions are coming from like baseless, pointless angles. You know, everything I say is built upon the foundations of my life experience, and then as the kind of because nobody trusts anyone anymore. You know, this whole massive psyop has just been so fucking divisive. It's unbelievable. When you really think about it, it divided everyone and everything. Oh, now I don't know if Right, I don't know if you can hear me or not. It's suddenly gone right back to the home streams, home screen, where I've got absolutely no idea whatsoever if you can hear me or not. You see, I can't even forward. I could forward. I could take a photo and forward this on to Michael. Right, well, I lost all of you, so I don't know what that was about. My nephew is half English and half Welsh. When he watches England versus Wales playing rugby, he supports whoever is winning. Do you know what, Michael? That's a really, really, really good way in life, right? So because of that, he's basically championing the victors, right? Now, if everyone championed, because now we've got schools where no, you didn't lose. Don't be daft. You didn't lose. You just came in 9th. You know? So here's a little medal. Here's a medal, you know? Get your mum to sew it. Get your mum to sew it onto your uniform and be proud of it because you came 9th out of 9 people. So we're in a world where competition helps us evolve. You know, that's not biology science. That's not me with a massive degree in anthology. It's just fucking common sense, you know. We live in a proper asylum, but as long as you manage to maintain, and it's not difficult to do. In fact, most of us are already there, right? As long as you manage to stay on the brim, just on the brim of the absolute madness of mankind that's happening right now, right? Stay on the brim of it. That way you've got your space, you know, but you're also seeing subjectively and objectively at the same time, which is you know a prepper's dream, really. Not that anyone wants to be a prepper. Again, this was a conversation I had earlier on, right? Look, you're a prepper. Yeah. Oh, you fucking weirdo. You fucking weirdo. Right? So I made a point earlier on in the conversation saying that for thousands of years, people have grown stuff during the year, from spring, harvesting late spring, harvesting early summer, late summer, harvesting early autumn, right into late autumn. You know, all of that technology, not technology, that organic knowledge was passed down from generation to generation, you know. So now we've got kids that that don't know fuck all about fuck all. Our generation, again, I will always state categorically that I am not a Christian, right? But there are so many parts of the Bible that are coming to fruition, you know. But again, the Bible is down to personal interpretation. There are people out there that see the Bible, for example, as a instrument of division. And I can understand that. I can. Because I think all religions are about division. Every single one of them. And that's always been orchestrated because you've got a lot of people with a lot of money, and there are unfortunately a lot of men out there that have got a price. I've only just seen Maria Spoon. Hello, Maria. Are you still there, lass? I feel like I just went on a bit of a tangent there. You know, look, sometimes you need to have a bit of a let off of steam, right? Everyone needs that. Now, I think for the majority, again, just trying to figure things out. The vast majority of people are loners, right? Because we've, to some degree or another, detached ourselves from main society, and that main reason is because of the jabs. That was the biggest division, the biggest one of all. We're putting the world to rights and connecting as you can. Oh, I love that. I fucking love that. Oh my God. You see, I have reflected from time to time. I really have. And I just thought to myself, there's nothing like this. I've not come across anything like this on YouTube. That's all. Nothing like it. You know, there's clearly like an outer rim that might see the occasional meme and just click like, and you've got people that are, you know, just drift in and drift out, and then you've got people that are interested. And then there's like this sub community inside that, right? Where everyone gets everyone. You know, that's priceless. It's priceless. And it's took over 5 years to achieve that. Imagine trying to get that sort of criteria, which is perfect, for people that are struggling, that are isolated, you know. How perfect is that? Without getting too big, and I do think everything's sort of landed into place at the right time. Yeah. like I said earlier, right, sometimes what comes across as horrific can have a butterfly effect, you know, a ripple effect, and make massive changes. But you need to just be one of those forerunners, you know. The whole, oh, I don't want to make a fuss type thing. That's not acceptable in this world anymore. It's not. Now, I know that different people have got different commitments and feel at the moment like they've got too much to lose at the moment. When you've lost all that and then you've lost more, how we feel then? You know? We're in a fix here, you know? And it's going to take every single man, woman, and no, not kids, but every man and woman to put things back into balance. And if I was to put one request out to all the ladies that are listening to either me now or on the replay, even though I've had a few vodkas, right? Please learn some first aid. Please try to get to a standard within first aid where you feel competent enough to deal with a normal person's comprehensive first aid kit. So you're familiar with CPR, you're familiar with stitching. To all the ladies out there, please learn these skills, because we're going to need to come back to get patched up, because I can't see it going any other way at the moment other than their way. And I think September the 13th is all part of that. We'll see. We'll see, won't we? You know, it's again, we can't just live by what's not happened or what might not happen. We can't live like that. You know, there's a very fine balance to find when you're a prepper between living life and preparing for future. You know, but in ways that seem to have been lost. You know, it's mad. It's mad. For thousands of years we've done this. Yet all of a sudden we turn around and we say, "Yeah, I'm been doing a bit of prepping." You've been doing what? A bit of prepping, preparedness. And these are people that have got absolutely no idea of what angle you're coming from, because everything's been so easily provided to them for so long. And then you throw into the whole indoctrination of the mainstream education system, and then throw into account the fact that a lot of them have got parents that were born into the digital era, to the point where they've got no idea as to how to form really good quality interhuman conversations about anything that's worth talking about. And the places where they're sending their kids should be subject enough for them to start fucking talking about. I go just like you. I have my moments of like proper fucking disappointment in my fellow men and women. But I also said quite some time back that it will be a little organic thing here going on. I'll see if I can find the video. But there's a lot of videos, so bear with me. Little faction there, little faction down there, little faction there. All like spaced apart by so many fucking miles, right? But they were all grassroots. They were all, everything happened naturally, which can't be controlled and it can't be monitored or prevented. Not really. So you've got all of that. It's been installed into our kids to just follow the rules, follow the orders, and that's all changing now, you know. Does any one of the 8 people that are listening to this think that we're fucked? It's completely anonymous, mate, and you won't. Well, it's not, you know. Well, obviously the opposite of that. But it would be nice to just hear one of your 8's perspective on what's going to be the pinnacle turning point of everything. Because that's what it'll be. It will change absolutely everything. That flashpoint. That there's some love. Yeah, I wish every one of those was a hug. But again, you've got people that like, no. What? Okay, it's okay. Do you want to shake hand or do a little peaky promise that I won't do it again, or something like that? No? Do you want to go get your teddy? Having said that, there are people out there that are letchy as fuck. You want to cuddle? Oh, I'd love to cuddle you. And now I've just given like when I said I'm a hugger, you know, if you ever meet me, you're gonna be thinking, is he freaky? Is he a freaky hugger? I'm not a freaky hugger. I pick up on vibes, and I love good people. So good people deserve a fucking hug. So I'm moving for a hug. But I would pick up on someone that was maybe uncomfortable about that. I think there might be one person that, again, was one of our little tribe that I'd never met, and I moved in for a hug, and she did seem uncomfortable, and I do apologise for that. You know, I'm just a hugger. You know, not enough hugs in the world. We're not fucked. We're prepared. We've got this. Spot on, Michael. Again, it's the mad thing is that I was saying 5 years ago that prepping was 90% mental, right? But there would have been loads and loads of people thinking, you're talking bollocks, mate. Have you seen how much rice and beans I've got? You're talking bollocks, mate. Have you seen how much ammo I've got? You're talking bollocks. I've got landmines right around my building, and I can sustain my life for the next 3 years by growing my own food. One man. So there's a lot of very unrealistic ways of moving forward here. You know, very unrealistic. The best way to move forward is completely organic, 100% organic. No planning this, just natural, impulsive flare-ups where they're aimed for a reason. You know, there's got to be a reason, because the police need to know that you are there for a reason, and they'll listen to there'll be some that are, the police, so they need to be shown the left and the right paradigm. And every time these police officers are going to these marches, they're getting to see that actually the people that are on their side are the ones that are getting arrested, and the ones that are being abusive and terroristic are just being allowed to fucking carry on doing whatever they're doing, raping children, blah, 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 blah. No significant sentence in comparison to what that act would have meant in regards to a sentence for a white guy. There is only one race on earth that is being persecuted right now, and that's the white race. We're being persecuted. But again, as long as people start to come together and start to realise that we've got a common problem, we've historically done pretty well, but that shouldn't take away our, no matter where this path takes you, right? Don't completely lose contact with your ability to feel empathy, compassion, and mercy, which is ironically the opposite of their book. And I'm not a Christian. And I hate having to say that to people, but then I think back and I think, no, you defied the majority on occasions where you were super fucking stressed, so you've got this, again, what's happening to you, what's happening to me, what's happening to anyone that might watch the replay after this, if they do, is that we believe in common sense and fairness and our safety as a nation comes first above all. This is written into the Magna Carta. Now, any government that becomes an enemy of their own can be removed by lethal force. So even though a lot of people have lost a lot of faith in common law, and to be fair, I have as well. I'm more looking at ways of trying to use their legalese against them. I'm looking more down that angle now, because they don't give a fuck about us. They don't give a fuck about our thoughts and about what was written down as law. Even though the Magna Carta, that was written by a load of fucking barons that were sick and tired of paying a shitload of tax. So they in order to get the people behind them, like Arthur Scargill, very similar. There's, yeah. So I reckon I could weld with this lighter. I agree, Maria. Again, I think initially, they what they thought was going to be the outcome is very, very different. Very different to what the outcome has begun. And because of people having the ability to digitally scrape or download countless amounts of BBC footage and what they were saying and doing and endorsing. Yeah, I've forgotten where I was going with that. I do apologise. I do. But all I'm saying is that the evidence is already out there. It's already there. But unfortunately, it's going to take the people to take the power. And places like Ireland are not looking good. When you think about it from a geographical perspective, they're the most isolated EU countries in the world. The most isolated, probably, for the population. Yet they're letting the people come up from France through England straight into Ireland. No questions asked. The Southern Irish Garda are up there with, I would say in the top 10. Look at how many countries there are, right? The top 10 most corrupt police forces on the planet, or in the world, or on the earth, whatever floats your boat. Right, I'm going to have one little top up. I feel like I'm sort of wafting off into a completely different sphere of conversation, and it can get like that sometimes, where you're thinking, am I talking absolute? Is what I'm saying coming along or coming across as absolute bollocks because of the way I'm wording stuff? And you see, you can't see yourself through the eyes of another. It's impossible. But I'll never, ever, ever stop anyone's opinions on the truth get in my way, ever. And I genuinely believe that everyone that is part of this, like I've said before, a conscious movement, because that's what it is. Consciousness and subconsciousness is oh man, it's what makes you divine. To have the ability to not go to the ability to go against the norm, especially through your gut, and then starting to learn to trust your gut. You see, I look at posts every day, and see so much of what's happening in our country, but not just our country, the entirety of the continent that we are part of, just falling apart. One single flick of the wrist can lead to a flood. And yeah, if you could see the mess that's just made, it would blow your mind. That was a full pint of vodka, tonic, and I've forgotten the name of it now, but it sounded posh. And I ran it through Yucca, and it sounds all right. But hey, so I've come up from a very disturbing looking mess of alcoholic beverages all over the counter surface. But I've come away thinking, I've not got a graze cut. No one running at me with a knife. The house isn't actually on fire. It's just a spilt drink, literally a spilt drink. So maintaining a really, really level head throughout at least the next 2 to 3 years is going to be paramount. So continuing to look for those silver linings, because they are there. I'm fucking telling you. That yin yang, this yin yang, this sign is balance. It's just balance, you know. just using that lighter to me right now is a rush. Because for a bloke, I've got above normal length of eyelashes. There's going to be some dirty, dirty women in there listening to that, thinking, he's going to say cock ears. No. My eyelashes are way longer than a normal bloke's eyelashes, you know? To the point where I nearly made it into the world record, Guinness World Records, for blowing a candle out just by batting my eyelashes. Look me up. In the actual competition, you'll see my name will be credited there. It will, but it's under Tripod Tez, which is different to Rose Hippie Guy. Yeah, do you know what? That's one thing that I do love, Michael, right? Is the fact that there are more and more people thinking, why am I paying for this fucking miserable cunting shit that I've got, I don't relate to in any way, shape or form? Why would I pay an annual fee for that? You know? So the BBC is closing. It's like the serpent eating its own tail. You know, it's just eating itself up, which is good. But then you've got all of the other thousands of media outlets out there that people take as gospel. You know, it's like fucking whack-a-mole, mate. You know, it doesn't matter what you do. Just remember the faces and the names of the mainstream media mouthpieces, because they are complicit, they are guilty, and they need to serve a punishment. Just saying. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone's not got Yucca, again, have you got proper full on trust issues? Because I've thought, Michael, that if Google is part of this horrible fucking 1984 wannabe existence, if Google's got any part to play in that, why are they allowing apps that are accurate, if they're accurate, to be on their app download site? So the instrument of death by pushing the COVID narrative and possibly maiming and killing millions of people across the world, right? Possibly. Why can we trust them with anything at all? So for them to allow apps through that are going to be beneficial, it probably is, Michael. It probably is. It probably is generally sincere. But as we've also learned, if you're not paying for that service, then you are the fucking service. So Yucca might chuck out, and I feel bad because I push this fucking app on people, you know. But as I start to think forward about stuff, I start to realise and understand things in a different way, just like everyone else. So, yeah, Michael, I mean, is Yucca, the app, is it truthful and honest by people like us, run by people like us, or is it giving a fake, this is amazing, when it's actually the worst? I never really thought about it like that until now. Again, people think, there are people out there that think, I wish I could think like you. You know, as in critically thinking, because it has happened, not very often, but I have had one or two people think, I wish I thought like that. You know, I'm thinking waste of a brain. You know, and you feel like going straight in there and just maybe just giving them just a couple of pointers. That's all it takes. A point, right? So let me give you an example of a pointer, right? I was in a house where the downstairs flat was separated from the upstairs and the attic. So it was 2 levels. And I was sharing those 2 levels with a girl I was seeing at the time. But I came down on the only single one-off, right, that I would ever use their facilities, right? This was the only one time. And it's the longest thing that you can do as a bloke in the bathroom, as relatively routine. It wasn't a shit. It wasn't a piss. It was a shave. Now, if it wasn't for me living in that complex, if you like, and having a shave at that specific time when I had shaving facilities upstairs in the flat that we were staying in, or the double flat. On that particular day, I chose to take a shave downstairs, right, in their bathroom. And the girlfriend I was seeing at the time, her dad leaned through the curtains and said, "Did you know that MenCap are taking on staff?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't know that." And he went into a bit more detail, and I just said to him, I've got a form. They'll never take me on. And he said, "How do you know if you don't try?" So from me having a shave at a kitchen, at a sink that I'd never, in 7 months, something like that, I'd never dreamt of shaving in, because it was theirs. Our flat was separate, you know. But on this one occasion, I felt compelled to have a shave in their fucking sink next to their bedroom downstairs. And from him talking to me over 30 seconds of conversation, 30 seconds. Within that 30 seconds, I'd thought about it and then realised it, and then got a job there which cancelled out my criminal record for any future potential employers. It cancelled it out because you can't take, well, they did, if I don't know who's paying attention here, but they're trying to get a lot of African people in to take care of our elderly, and there's a lot of hidden cameras going around, and just saying. Oh man. All I'm saying is that we will prevail, and just divert your attention away from the circus, and above all become situational aware, because most of us, again, this started out as a city prepping channel, you know, based on trying to prepare and survive and maybe even thrive in a big town or a city environment, you know. And I do think it's doable. We've just got to be very adaptable, and that's what we do. If you're not able to do any of those things, then you're probably not very good at prepping, you know, or you need a bit more guidance. And again, my email address is there. If there's anything that you want to talk about privately, you know, any gaps in your preps, anything you're concerned about, anything you think you can improve, I've not got the answer to all of those questions, but I'll fucking give it a go for you. I really will. I will. So utilize that email address, because that's what it's there for. Anyway, just to clarify that everything I say is from the heart. It really is. So yeah, I might be a bit pissed. I might have had a few vodkas or two, but I mean what I say, you know. I love my country. Just stop. If I was to give you any advice, you know, for what it's worth, start networking, but figuring out who they are as well at the same time, you know, because you really don't want to be making that many mistakes moving forward now, you know. In order to get to the other side of this hill, we've got to be smart. And when I say smart, the word smart, you know, there are different definitions of what smart means. Smart can mean pain. So every little fuck up you make on trying to get us to the other side of this hill will be painful, you know. Well, I've got every bit of confidence, because people are seeing all of this happening, you know, across it would probably be advisable for them now to pull off some sort of cyber polygon, you know, and a complete and total media wipeout. Now, people like you, people like me, we would initially feel uncomfortable because we're human, you know, what's going on. But overall, I think we would be taking the situation into control very, very quickly in our own households, you know, because we've built up an ability to see patterns and to be able to prepare against the outcomes that we can see coming in our heads, you know. And none or virtually few of us, definitely not me, is a master at that sort of thing, you know. And there are loads of them out out there on both sides, the good and the bad, you know. So just don't, yeah. My main message tonight would be to the ladies out there, you know, please learn to repair wounds, learn to get to a half decent level of first aid, because we're going to appreciate that further down the line. Again, it might not come to anything, you know, but I'm a realist. I am looking around, and I am not seeing any other solution put on the table other than the one that I really don't want, and none of us do. But these are all bridges that I promise we will cross them as we go, you know. It's all about inspiring each other, but being sincere at the same time, because the numbers are there. There's absolutely no way that this mad, crazy, fucked up depopulation plan can actually be achieved. But we can't underestimate them either, because they've had, you know, maybe thousands of years to build up to this. Who knows? But raising your flags is a nice start. It is a nice start. And we need the Welsh to raise their flags, the Scottish to raise their flags. The Northern Irish are ahead of us already as far as being community-based response, regardless of whether they are Catholic or otherwise, you know. So they've naturally come together, and we can do the same. But I do think in the UK, I do think that it's going to be a case of each country uniting under their banner of their flag, and raising attention and empathy and compassion, because they know it's affecting their neighbourhoods too. And then the fact that people's points will be put across. Do you know what? I was just going off on a tangent there, and I'm not even sure if that ending made any fucking sense. All I'm saying is that there are multiple potential outcomes to this madness that we're living through right now. And one of the things that you can do is just by dropping a little hint here and planting a little seed there, but without being weird or anything like that. Maybe following it up with something impactful, that is my go-to, but it doesn't work very well for me, you know. Just get more and more people aware, you know. Again, we're far too long along for the digital trap, right? That's pretty much been implemented. So it's how we find our way to navigate that, and then get people to see that we are navigating that, and then to cross over the lines to the right side. Ironically, we've done right. Oh God. And that's it, you know. We build and build and build. Is it going to be as simple as that? No. Is it? Fuck. I'm a realist, you know. Would it be lovely if it was that simple? Hell yeah. Anything in this world that's ever been or ever will be, right, will be worth fighting for if you're on the right side, and we are. So on that note, yeah, just thanks for your time again. You're always appreciated. And regardless of all the shit that's going on in the world right now, right, regardless of it all, try and take time out for you, you know, and just enjoy your weekend. Making it about you is not selfish. It's not selfless. It's selfful. To be selfful, you've got to be. You've got to take time out for you, you know, so you can recharge. Selfful. So just be a bit selfful this weekend, you know, regardless of the weather. Just give yourself a pat on the back for being part of this, you know. So thank you and good night.